The House is about to commence its business. However, much as the prayer has been said and the chair taken, the House has not quorated yet for it to be able to commence that particular business lined up for transaction this afternoon. This is as provided for in the House Standing Order number 34, paragraph 1, that after the prayer is said and the chair taken, if the House has not quorated, then a quorum bell will be rung for 10 minutes. This is a sort of an allowance to the members who may be within the precincts of Parliament, but yet to make their way into the chambers to be able to do that and enable that House raise that quorum for it to be able to commence the business that is lined up for consideration during that particular sitting. So if you're just joining us, that the quorum bell is on. That is why we can see members making their way into the chambers, much as the chair has already been taken. And once that quorum is achieved, of course, the business will, without any further delay, commence. However, you will recall that various departmental committees of the National Assembly had been mandated to conduct vetting or to vet nominees to various state departments and present their findings on the floor of the House. The Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs laid its report on the table of the House on Tuesday, 8th April 2025, and is seeking to have the House approve the appointment, or rather in its findings, with regards to the nominee, Honorable Judith Nayayai Ramaita Pareno, as Principal Secretary, State Department for Justice, Human Rights and Constitutional Affairs. The committee approved the appointment with regards to her suitability to hold this position. And this afternoon, a question will be put. The members already considered this particular report or the findings of this report. Also, the members of the National Assembly will consider the findings of the report of the Departmental Committee on Health.
Which one? Okay. Yes.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
We'll come to messages later. Go on.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, April 10th, 2025, in this afternoon sitting. Deployment of the Kenya Defence Forces on 7th April 2025 to assist in the emergency response at Kilifi Corner, Fayaz Estate, Mombasa County. Report of the Auditor General and financial statements for the years ended 30th June 2021, 30th June 2022, 30th June 2023, and the certificates therein in respect of Ahero Girls Secondary School, Bunyore Girls High School, Kabianga High School, Kanga High School, Kaplelach Secondary School, Bomet, Kaplong Girls High School, Kekonyokie Mixed Day Secondary School, Kenyanya Secondary School, Kilgoris Boys High School, Kimulot Boys High School, Kipsix Girls High School, Kisi High School, Kisumu Girls High School, Matongo Boys High School, Moi Girls Secondary School, Vokoli, Moi Nyabohanze Girls High School, Migori, Guirovbi Mixed Secondary School, Nyabururu Girls High School, Nyambaria High School, Ramba Boys High School, Rungiri Secondary School, Sironga Girls High School, St. George's Girls Secondary School, St. Joseph Nyabigena Boys High School, Kisii, Tenwek High School, and Vihiga Friends High School. I beg to lay, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Whip. Chairperson, Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee. Mulyungi.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 10th April 2025. Reports of Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the reports of the Auditor General as follows. Number one, fifth report on the financial statements for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for Teso South, Matayos, Nambale, Funyula, Teso North, and the Butula constituencies in Busia County for the financial years 2013-2014 to 2021-2022. And the number two, the sixth report on the financial statements for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for Mbuye East, Dangoret North, and the Matunga constituencies for the financial years 2016-2017 to 2021-2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mulyungi. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security. Russell, you're waiting for the paper? Okay. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Social Protection. Alice.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 10th April 2025. Report of the Departmental Committee on Social Protection on its vetting / approval hearing of CPA Karen Achieng Agego, nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Children Welfare Society, and two, Mr. Fikirini Jacob Katoi Kahindi, nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 10th April 2025. Report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on the vetting of the following nominees for appointment as Principal Secretaries. One, Mr. Cyril Wagunda Odede, State Department for Public Investment and Asset Management. Yes. Two, Dr. Boniface Makoha, State Department for Economic Planning. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Didoraso, are you ready now? Not yet. Okay, next order. We'll come back to that.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee. Honorable Mulyungi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 5th report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 6 constituencies in Busia County, being Teso South, Matayos, Nambale, Funyula, Teso North, and the Butula constituencies for the financial years 2013-2014 to financial year 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 10th April 2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, I thought so. Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopt the 6th report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the National Government Constituency Development Fund for Ebuye East, Dagoretti North, and the Matunga constituencies for financial years 2016-2017 to 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 10th April 2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mliungi. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security. You are still in the same predicament, Raso? Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance, Umulher. Honorable, hold on, Umulher. Honorable Mliungi, I'm told you have a third notice of motion. You are normally very organized. What's happened today? As Honorable Mliungi finds his bearing, Umulher, go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to give notice of motion that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as Principal Secretaries, State Department of Public Investments and Assets Management, and State Department for Economic Planning, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 10th April 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, approves the appointment of the following persons as Principal Secretaries. 1, Mr. Cyril Wagunda Odede, State Department of Public Investments and Asset Management. 2, Dr. Boniface Makoha, State Department for Economic Planning. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Umulher. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Social Protection, Alice.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion that, taking into consideration the finding of the Departmental Committee on Social Protection in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Children Welfare Society, and the Principal Secretary, State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, I lay on the table of the House on Thursday, 10th April 2025, approves the appointment of CPA Karen Achieng Agego as the Principal Secretary, State Department for Children Welfare Services, and 2, Mr. Fikirini Jacob Katoi Kahindi as the Principal Secretary, State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Marian Kaitanyi. You are listed as having okay. Let's go back to order number 5. Dido Raso.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 10th April 2025. Report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the vetting of Honorable Ahmed Abdisalan Ibrahim for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for National Government Coordination. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
At order number 6, Dido Raso again.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. That, taking into consideration the finding of the Departmental Committee...
I beg to give notice of the following motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion. Appointment of Principal Secretary, State Department for National Government Coordination. That taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security in its report on the vetting of nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for National Government Coordination, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 10th April 2025, and pursuant to the provision of Article 155, Subarticle 3, Subarticle B of the Constitution, and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, approves the appointment of Honorable Ahmed Abdisalan Ibrahim as Principal Secretary, State Department for National Government Coordination. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. At order number 6, still, Honorable Mliungi, are you better organized now?
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, which lapsed in the last session, that this House adopts the report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the national to financial years 2021, 2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 21st March 2024.
Just read the motion as drafted.
Yes.
Which you haven't.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the National Government Constituency Development Fund account for the financial years 2016, 2017, 2017, 2018, 2018, 2019, 2019, 2020, 2020, 2021, and 2021, 2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 21st March 2024. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mliungi. Marian Kaitanya, are you better organized now? If you shake your head, it won't go unanswered.
Not yet, Speaker.
Thank you. Before we call the next order, honorable members, allow me to acknowledge in the public gallery the following institutions: Queen of Angels Comprehensive School from Sotik, Bomet; Testimony School from Keses, Uasin Gishu. Members, you should welcome these children to Parliament. Creation Academy from Isiolo North, Isiolo. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students and their teachers and any accompanying persons to the House of Parliament. Thank you. Let's go back to order number 3. Clerk.
Order number 3, messages.
Take your seats. Honorable members, I have a message from the Senate on the resolution of the Senate on extension of the tenure of the selection panel for the recruitment of nominees for appointment as chairperson and members of the IEBC. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41-4 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I wish to convey to the House that I have received a message from the Senate regarding its decision to extend the tenure of the selection panel for the recruitment of nominees for appointment as chairperson and members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. The message conveys that on Thursday, 3rd April 2025, the Senate considered and resolved to extend the tenure of the selection panel for the recruitment of nominees for appointment as chairperson and members of the Independent Election and Boundaries Commission by a period of 14 days from 28th April 2025. Honorable members, you will recall that on Wednesday, 2nd April 2025, this House considered and approved the extension by a similar period. The concurrence of the Senate on the request therefore concludes the bicameral consideration of the matter. I'm informed that the clerk has since conveyed the decision of the House of Parliament to the IEBC selection panel, and the House is accordingly guided. Thank you. Marian, you are now okay? So we'll go back to order number 6. Marian Kaitani.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We wish to pass a notice of motion on the formulation of a regulatory framework on artificial intelligence in the country. That aware that the world is rapidly embracing artificial intelligence, which is the use of a digital computer or computer-controlled robots to perform tasks commonly associated with intelligent beings, acknowledging that the 2022 Government Artificial Intelligence Readiness Index report ranked Kenya the 5th in Africa and 90th globally in the readiness to adopt artificial intelligence, and further acknowledging that the Oxford Insight Survey 2022 pegged Kenya's readiness to adopt AI at 40.3%, and appreciating that AI has brought forth positive benefits that have increased efficiency in different sectors such as healthcare, manufacturing, and robotics, and concerned that the exponential rate at which artificial intelligence is being embraced in the society without proper regulatory mechanisms has caused various negative consequences, such as rising cases of disinformation and fake news, and noting that there is need to protect Kenyans from potential AI-instigated harms, such as privacy breaches, AI-powered fake technology, algorithms and algorithmic discrimination, autonomous weapons, job displacement and economic inequalities, and social manipulation and misinformation, as well as financial market manipulation and privacy invasion. Now, therefore, this House urges the government through the Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy to, 1, formulate a regulatory framework and ethical guidelines for implementation of AI or artificial intelligence in the country to control its potential misuse, and 2, develop and execute a public awareness program on artificial intelligence to raise understanding for AI, fostering transparency and promote responsibility for use of AI for the benefit of all. I thank you.
Thank you, Marian. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Member for Butere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to request for a statement regarding the disruption of performance of the Echoes of War play by Butere Girls High School drama students by the National Police Service. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the disruption of the performance Echoes of War play by Butere Girls High School at the Kenya National School and Colleges Drama Festival in Nakuru County by the National Police Service. Honorable Speaker, in February 2025, the Butere Girls High School, in participation of the 2025 National Drama Festivals, presented a play titled Echoes of War, which successfully progressed to the sub-county, county, and regional levels, and thereafter was approved to proceed to the national level. Despite this, the play elicited a lot of apparently unjustified and unjustifiable concerns, which led to the play being banned. This ban was lifted by the High Court and the play reinstated for performance at the National Drama and Film Festival in Nakuru. Unfortunately, on 9th April 2025, on the eve of the presentation of the play at the national level, the director of the Echoes of War play, Honorable Cleophas Malala, was allegedly arrested in Nakuru County under unclear circumstances, disrupting preparations for the performance. Today morning, Butere Girls was prevented from staging their play. Anti-riot police were deployed at the venue where they allegedly lobbed tear gas at the students who were preparing to perform. Members of the public were also denied access to the venue. Honorable Speaker, this situation raises serious concerns regarding the freedom of expression as enshrined in Constitution under Article 33 and the role of security agencies in protecting constitutional rights and freedoms. As noted by the court in the case of the banning of the Shackles of Doom play, a ban which, as the one imposed by the Kenya National Drama Festival, constitutes a limitation of freedom of expression. The producers and students of Butere Girls have invested time, talent, and effort in the development and performance of their play. The actions of denying the students the opportunity to perform and buying access by members of the public to the venue of the festival not only undermines the right to artistic creativity, but also limits constitutional freedoms. Mr. Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1, A report on the incidents at the National Drama and Film Festival in Nakuru, including reasons for deployment of anti-riot police and use of excessive force. B, steps that the Ministry of Interior and National Administration is taking to ensure that the law enforcement agencies protect and not infringe on the rights of citizens, particularly children, in line with the Constitution. And C, Mr. Speaker, measures that the ministry is taking to prevent future violations of artistic freedoms in educational spaces and to guarantee that students and their creative producers are not intimidated or threatened, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Omboko Milemba.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for this chance. I just want to support the statement and indicate that drama is just about satire, and satire has been there throughout. And I remember one of the most remembered satirical philosophers even during the French Revolution was Voltaire. But even Voltaire himself was allowed to perform before Louis XVI.
It's not called Voltaire, it's called Voltaire.
Thank you. You are an authority speaker. He was called Voltaire. And Voltaire himself was allowed even to perform before Louis XVI. So I think what we should do in that space is to allow such a place to be performed and they get over and we move on. But I think, Honorable Speaker, I want to plead with you that we also involve the Departmental Education of Education, because I know quickly they'll rush to punish the teachers who are not responsible for this. And therefore, I'm just hoping our teachers will not be punished. Thank you.
Yes, Mama Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi nikiweza kuzungumza juu ya tamthilia ya watoto wa Butere. Mheshimiwa Spika, hawa ni watoto ambao akili zao zinanasa mambo mengi sana. Na mimi katika shule pia, Mheshimiwa Spika, nilikuwa nafanya tamthilia. Na kuna vitabu vingi vimeandikwa Mashetani Kusadikika na vitabu kama vile. Lakini hii ya hawa watoto, wanasiasa wameingia ndani, wakawa wanatoa uwazi wa maneno na sisi tunajua Kenya inateketea. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna wakati tumetoka hapa mbio kwa maneno ambayo yalikuwa hayako sawa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo hatuwezi kukubali watoto wetu waweze kudhurika katika akili. Watoto wapewe michezo iko mingi na maneno ya kutumia pia yako tofauti. Lakini niliangalia ule mchezo, Mheshimiwa Spika, ulikuwa umeingia siasa, ulikuwa una nia tofauti, na wale watoto wako innocent, watoto hawaelewi wanaambiwa kufanya kitu gani. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nasema katika mashule yetu tuhakikishe pia walimu, mambo ambayo tunawekea watoto wetu katika akili wao kunasa ni mambo ambayo yatawapatia mwongozo mzuri, sio mambo ambayo yatakuja kuleta utashanishi na farakana katika taifa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo mimi nasema ile bani ilikuwa iko sawa. Mimi nilicheza tamthilia, watoto wapewe mchezo ambao unaweza kuwa na mafunzo mazuri, si mchezo ambao utakuja kuchoma taifa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Asante sana.
Donya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was in primary, high school, and college, before I joined university, I was doing drama, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I was the best character, and I'm still even in Bunge. So, Mr. Speaker, this satire thing, I've been doing it. Then, there's a time they wrote on social media, I will just speak it because now this is the debate that we have before the floor of the House. Kisii woman rep on her way going to Kisii, she has been captured going for a short call. It was a lie. And then they put the photo there through AI. Then you want us to celebrate. That is what they are telling leaders, Mr. Speaker. There are countries that even don't allow WhatsApp, Mr. Speaker. We are misusing the power that we have for freedom. Freedom. I just have to continue, Mr. Speaker. We are misusing. That quote must be noted. When you are in school and you are doing drama, you do even what if the examiners come and examine, will help you to understand what is osmosis, what is photosynthesis. Not telling those learners, I saw the clip, Mr. Speaker, they are saying Zakayo must go. Where? Just like the other day they were saying the speaker must go. Which speaker must go? Where? Mr. Speaker, if you had gone, who could be seated there, Mr. Speaker? We must think tough. Protection of our children, yes, we say, they must be protected. They must be given money, capitation, books, they must be given, but allowing politicians to join school, and then it is the drama teachers who should form the scripts, Mr. Speaker. So you go to school as a politician, you take the role of a drama teacher, and then you want us to clap for you. Tomorrow they are going to write bad things. I was to say something else. And then we will say, what did we do, Mr. Speaker? That was wrong. That is not a drama teacher, but a politician who has vengeance and he wants to prove a point. Before he proves his point, he must be told this is very, very wrong.
Kainan.
Mr. Speaker, it is the high time that we call a spade a spade. Mr. Speaker, the children, the drama, the Butere girls, kids who have participated in this, are victims of politics. Mr. Speaker, we all understand the structure of our education system. From the drama club, there must be a drama master, there must be a drama teacher, there must be the school, there must be the standards officer, there must be the sub-county. The first question that I want to ask, and there must be a failure on this, how did the school allow Mr. Malala to participate and be part of the character in the promotion of talents for those innocent girls? Mr. Speaker, in our politics, we have destroyed the socio-political fabrics of this country, Mr. Speaker, through petty partisan political shenaniganism. Today we're out, we are going back to the schools. I think individuals must take responsibility. I empathize with those innocent girls. But Mr. Speaker, how did this happen? How was this allowed? If you want to fight President Ruto, Go and deal with the politicians. Don't go back to the students. Don't use innocent children as characters, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I want to say is this, and you have been around. The politicians have an arena, a political arena. The kids are all, as a father, as a grandfather, who still has kids who are going to school, Mr. Speaker. That must not be allowed, and I want to urge the investigative agencies to deal with the teachers who allowed this, to deal with Christopher Malala, and I also want to appeal to the parents not to allow their children to be used by politicians. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, and I know you are a great man in this. If we allow this today, I'm told the entire political class have gone to Nakuru today to empathize with Malala. Malala should be arrested this evening. Malala and cohorts in the school must be arrested. That is the only way we can allow the parents, we can say sorry to the parents and the students. Mr. Speaker, this is very important. I also want to appeal to the Committee on Education to do a thorough investigation, Mr. Speaker, and bring a report on the entire ecosystem on how this was allowed. I support the statement.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to associate myself with the statements that have been made by my colleagues, but also inform the House, Honorable Speaker, that I've had an opportunity to discuss with one of the top education stakeholders as far as this drama is concerned, and he did inform me, Honorable Speaker, that the theme of this year's drama festival for the secondary schools was leveraging technology to nurture talent while inculcating national values for socio-economic development. Honorable Speaker, that was the theme of this year's, or that is the theme of this year's drama festival. Leveraging technology to nurture talent. To nurture talent. Technology, Honorable Speaker. Looking at the excerpts of what is purported to be the drama by Butere Girls, Honorable Speaker, it has nothing close to technology, Honorable Speaker. The chance that you hear the girls, the small girls in school, citing is, at one point you'll hear them say, Kasongo must go. At another point you'll hear them say that we want our rights, Honorable Speaker. While, Honorable Speaker, we condemn, if it's true, that the students were chased out of the compound, Honorable Speaker, if it's true, we condemn such, although that is not really confirmed by the authorities. We also must speak as parents that we are encouraging a rebellious generation, Honorable Speaker, which is not really fair. We are encouraging and growing a younger generation that believes that whatever they say, whether it's wrong, they shouldn't be redirected, Honorable Speaker. And this is very wrong. This play, Honorable Speaker, does not have any rightful word to praise it, Honorable Speaker. What needs to be done, if there was a gap midway, Honorable Speaker, within the structures of education that admitted a play that not realigned itself with the theme of this year, right from a politician, and even to the parents, they need to ask themselves this question. Why are you clapping that a politician drafted a script for your student in school? How should you be taking pride and say that there is a politician who actually, he said not to have gone to any university? That just because he's creative, his papers are questionable. He is the one that drafts a play, Honorable Speaker, in a national school like Butere Girls. And you as a parent who wants your student to go to school, go through a proper education, Honorable Speaker, and get outside there to be creative. You are clapping and saying, he created a script. If you tell Osoro today, Honorable Speaker, to write a script, I'll write a script that befits my political line of thought. If you tell Malala, Honorable Speaker, or any other person, they'll write a script based within that line of script, Honorable Speaker, and their line of thought. Does it befit or does it go in line with the education standards of this country? It doesn't, Honorable Speaker. As we are speaking to Honorable Speaker, Honorable Malala should actually be charged. It should be, in fact, even if you write a script and it's admitted in school, the process of directing that script, Honorable Speaker, should be left to the person who's gone to school, a teacher with a TSC number, to direct the script that has been written, not a person with political intent. That on Sunday was talking about that question of Kasongo, and on Tuesday, that play is being pushed by those students, Honorable Speaker, using small children to drive our political agenda. No, that shouldn't be allowed. As we speak today, Honorable Speaker, the director of education in that county should actually be answerable. The sub-county education director should be answerable. The teacher that admitted such, the principal, they should be answerable, Honorable Speaker, because it is wrong by all standards, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Dido Raso, as the chair, when can you bring the statement? There's a mic in front of you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think we'll bring a response in 2 weeks. But
2 weeks is too long. I want you to liaise with the chair of education, and between the two of you, bring a report on Thursday next week.
Well guided, Mr. Speaker, but I really want to say something following on comments by my colleagues. Kenya is bigger than all of us. And when we have the right platform, we have to use it with the responsibility. Many of us in this August House have children in primary, secondary school, and university. We want their character to be developed. We want them to learn good manners. I have watched that clip myself, and I was asking myself, where do we want this country to go? In 1 year, in 10 years, in 20 years. We are not going to be here for eternity, but we must leave a good country for future generations. I don't want to cast aspersion on the question.
Bring a statement on Thursday.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mohamud Daud, Wajir East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to request a statement on discriminatory screening protocols imposed on passengers flying to and from the northern region. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the discriminatory security clearance protocols imposed on passengers flying to and from the northern regions. Honorable Speaker, Article 27 of the Constitution of Kenya guarantees the right to equality and freedom from discrimination. Additionally, the Civil Aviation Act, Cap 394, and International Aviation Security Standards prescribe uniform security procedures for all travelers. However, passengers from certain regions of this country, particularly Wajir County, are subjected to special clearance at the port of origin and rescreening upon arrival at Wilson Airport or Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. These discriminatory protocols are undertaken pursuant to Air Navigation Regulations 1985, also revised in 2012. Mr. Speaker, these regulations require airlines to obtain clearance from the Office of the President before flying to the following aerodromes: Buna East, Liboi, Bura, Mandera, Dif, Balambala, Elwak, Modogashe, Garissa, Ramu, Giriftu, Takaba, Gurar, Habaswein, and Ijara in the northern region. Dukana, Merti, Ilelet, Moyale, Isiolo, North Horwest, Karga, Sigel, Laisamis, Sololo, the eastern region, Dandori, Karor, Kiunga, Lamu Mwana, which is Manda Islands, Masalani, Mpeketoni, Kipini, Mkumbi, Ngao, and Siu in the coast region, Migori in Nyanza region, Baragoi, Sorelei, Oldonyo Farm, Wamba in the Rift Valley region. Notably, Mr. Speaker, Regulation 1.114 requires flights to an aerodrome in northern region to obtain clearance not later than 48 hours before the intended departure. This constrains airline operators from offering timely services to passengers and runs counter to the principles of inclusivity. The continued application of these regulations also seem oblivious to the fact that security situation that necessitated stringent security protocols then has since improved, calling for review. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security to appraise the House on the following. 1, the justification for continued requirement for special clearance for flights to and from Wajir and aerodromes in places listed in Regulation 1.114 in the Air Navigation Regulations 1985, despite the improved security situations in the region. 2, the reasons for screening passengers from Wajir upon arrival at Wilson or Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, despite being screened at the ports of departure, a practice not uniformly applied to passengers from other places. 3, the measures put in place to ensure uniform security screening procedures for all domestic flights in line with constitutional provisions of equality and fairness. And 4, and finally, the steps being taken to revise the Air Navigation Regulations 1985 to remove discriminatory provisions in Regulation 1.114 requiring special clearance for flights in the listed aerodromes. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Raso, Chairman Security, 2 weeks.
Honorable Speaker, listening to that statement, there is also the element of transport.
Of?
Transport.
Yes.
Because it's about civil aviation.
Actually, it's not a security matter. It's
Yes.
Is the chairman of Roads and Transport here? Honorable Daoud.
Here. The chairman is here, Honorable Speaker.
I can see you.
Yes.
Honorable Daoud, did you perceive it to be a security matter or an aviation matter? Give him the mic.
Mr. Speaker, the clearances are obtained from the Ministry of Interior, not from civil aviation. So
Okay.
yes, it is about aerodromes and air transport, but these clearances are imposed and are obtained from the Ministry of Interior. Thank you.
Okay, Raso, 2 weeks, you bring us a response. Adan Kainan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to request for a statement regarding the status of Wajir Town and sewerage water system. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation regarding the status of Wajir Town Water and Sewerage System Project. Honorable Speaker, access to clean and sustainable water is not only a right under Article 43 of the Constitution, but also a key driver and cornerstone for economic growth, public health, and environmental sustainability. To this end, Honorable Speaker, Wajir Town Water and Sewerage System Project was initiated under the Ministry of Water, Sanitation, and Irrigation to provide clean water and elaborate sewerage system in Wajir Town. Mr. Speaker, the project was earmarked to benefit from the World Bank funding under the Water and Sustainable Development Project under B156634 of 2017. Mr. Speaker, regrettably, the project, which has immense transformative potential in alleviating the chronic water shortages, fostering economic viability, and significantly uplifting the quality of water for Wajir residents, has been faced with inexcusable, Mr. Speaker, delays. These prolonged delays have hindered the its completion so as to address the pressing challenges facing the community, as intended, notably equitable access to water resources and enhancement of resilience and prosperity, economy, water and irrigation on the following. The current implementation status of the Wajir Water and Sewerage System project under the World Bank, expected completion timelines. 2, Mr. Speaker, the financial status of the project, the funding support from the World Bank, Water, Sewerage and Development Project of 2017, if any, the details of the amounts disbursed and utilized to date on unfulfilled budgetary commitments leading to its delay. 3, Mr. Speaker, measures in place to ensure the accountability, transparency, and efficiency in the utilization of funds, and particularly in the light of the delays and concerns about the cost overruns. 4, Mr. Speaker, the challenges, including technical, financial, or administrative, impeding the progress of the project, and the strategic interventions taken by the ministry to overcome those challenges and ensure its timely completion. 4, and finally, Mr. Speaker, plans by the ministry to guarantee the long-term sustainability, efficiency, and affordability of the water supply and sewerage services upon completion and operationalization. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that the funds meant for Wajir has been diverted to another county in another region. I request for the chairman to bring out all the facts appertaining to this particular project, as every Kenyan, every region is entitled to the same development initiative by the government. Thank you, Mr.
Chair, Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation. Bowen.
Mr. Speaker, I will bring answer in the next 2 weeks.
2 weeks, thank you. Joseph Gitari. Honorable Joseph Gitari, Kirinyaga Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request for a statement regarding the promotion of curriculum support officers in the country to the position of principal teacher management officers. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Department Committee of Education regarding promotions of curriculum support officer CSO to the position of principal teacher management officer PTMO. Honorable Speaker, curriculum support officers play a vital role in the implementation of curriculum in the country. The CSOs were transferred to Teacher Service Commission in 2012 with a view of guaranteeing quality assurance of education across the country. In 2019, the Commission adopted a career progression guideline, CPG, and has led to a few CSO below the age of 55 being promoted to principal teacher management officers, leaving out those above 55 years. The failure by the TSC to fully implement the CPG has caused anxiety among the CSO. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. 1, a report on the steps taken by the government to promote curriculum support officers due to promotions to the position of principal teachers management officers. 2, report on the status of implementation of career progression guidelines CPG issued by TSC. And finally, Mr. Speaker, measures the government is putting in place to ensure fair career progression in all cadre under the Teacher Service Commission. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Education. Vice Chair Education. Majority Leader, where's your Chair Education? Advise
They
him
don't
to
seem
bring
be in the House, even the Vice Chair, but I will advise them.
To bring a response in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks.
Mashua Waithaka, Kiambu.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Request for statement regarding flooding of Kasarini Primary School due to discharge of wastewater from 5-star Paradise Estate to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C and mining regarding flooding and environmental degradation affecting Kasarini Primary School as a result of wastewater discharge from the 5-star Paradise Housing Development in Runda. Honorable Speaker, in 2014, the National Environment Management Authority 2016, the developers constructed this housing development. The construction significantly altered the topography of the area, severely affecting Kasarini Primary School, which neighbors the estate. The school has suffered from severe flooding and environmental degradation as a result of wastewater discharge from the estate, which has turned the school grounds into a wetland. This situation has exposed both students and teachers to severe health risks. The sanitation facilities in the school, including toilets, have been clogged and the playground is flooded, making them unusable. In addition, uncontrolled water flowing from the estate has led to emergence of water springs across the school. This situation has raised concern regarding the environmental regulatory consideration applied by NEMA during approvals of development projects. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on the following. 1, a report detailing the process followed by the National Environmental Management Authority in granting approvals to the developers of 5-star Paradise Runda Estate, including the environmental impact assessment that the agency conducted. 2, actions that the ministry has taken to curb any further pollution and to mitigate the health and environmental risk posed by wastewater discharge from Kasarini Primary School. And 3, steps being taken to restore Kasarini Primary School as a safe and conducive learning environment for students, including any plans for compensation to the school for the damages suffered as a result of the pollution, indicating specific timelines for the said compensation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, my Honorable Mashua. Education, Majority Leader.
I raise to request for a statement regarding maternal and child mortality rate in the country. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health regarding the maternal and child mortality rate in the country. Honorable Speaker, the 2022 Kenya Demographic and Health Survey published by Kenya National Bureau of Statistics revealed that mortality rates for mothers and children hit the lowest level in the last 3 decades. According to the data, the mortality rate for neonatal stood at 21 deaths per 1,000 live births, while for children under 5 years, it was at 41 deaths per 1,000 live births. On the other hand, the 2024 United States Agency for International Development, that is USAID, report on preventing child and maternal deaths ranks Kenya 4th in Africa with 594 maternal deaths per 100,000 live births. This trend is worrying given that Kenya is a signatory to the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals. Under SDG 3, member states aim to reduce mortality rate for neonatal mortality rates to 12 deaths per 1,000 live births, reduce the mortality rate for children under the age of 5 years to 21 deaths per 1,000 live births, and reduce maternal mortality rates. Rates stand at double of these targets. Honorable Speaker, according to the Ministry of Health, the mortality rate in the country remains a major public health concern, with 15 out of 47 counties accounting for 98.7% of all deaths. These tragic figures underscore the urgent need for quality health care, which hinges on the dedication and well-being of healthcare professionals, particularly nurses. Unfortunately, Trans Nzoia County is grappling with a shortage of over 900 nurses, adversely affecting service delivery. There is need for deliberate measures to address these issues to improve maternal and neonatal health outcome in the country. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Health on the following. 1. Report on the targeted intervention initiated by the Ministry of Health to support high-burden counties, including Trans Nzoia, to combat the high child and maternal mortality rates in the country. And 2, report on measures being taken by the government to improve the welfare of healthcare professionals at national and county health facilities. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Lillian. Chair Health, Dr. Nyikal.
It's possible in 2 weeks, Mr.
2
Speaker.
weeks.
Yes.
Thank you. The request to the Blue Economy Chair, but the order paper is indicating it's education. So check with the clerk's office and liaise with both chairmen and see who is the one to bring the response. The clerk owns up that is an error on the order paper, so Honorable Mashua. Who is the chair environment? Who? Kareke Mbuki. Kawaya. Is he in the house? So majority leader, you will communicate accordingly. Next, Umulher Harun. Before Umulher, you request, allow me to acknowledge in the public gallery Tinderet Comprehensive School from Kipkelion West, Kericho, Nyairobi Secondary School from Kipkelion West, Kericho. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students and their teachers to the House of Parliament. Umulher, give her the mic.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs regarding the status of prosecution of Kenya Defence Forces officer, Mr. Hassan Musa Mire, accused of ID number 32394753, an officer of the KDF, allegedly shot and killed Mr. Abdullahi Kasim Yusuf of ID number 28872525 in Garissa under unclear circumstances. On 23rd March 2022, the court recommended his prosecution for the murder following conclusion of Milimani Public Inquest number 2 of 2020. Sadly, the Director of Public Prosecution is yet to prosecute the said KDF officer, despite numerous reminders by the legal counsel representing the family of the deceased. The inordinate delay in the prosecution and administration of justice has caused immense anguish to the family. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on the following. Status of implementation of the recommendations made by the court via Public Inquest number 2 of 2020 in the murder of Mr. Abdullahi Kasim Yusuf of ID number 28872525. A comprehensive report on the reason for the inordinate delay in prosecution of Mr. Hassan Musa Mire, a KDF officer of ID number 32394753, accused of the murder of Mr. Abdullahi Kasim Yusuf on 31st July 2019, and the actions being taken by the Director of Public Prosecution to ensure justice is served to the family of the deceased without any further delay. Mr. Speaker, Abdullahi was my uncle and he was killed, and we miss him as a family, and may Allah rest his soul in Jannah. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Ado. Oh, no, that's not Ado. That is member for West Mugrango. Yes. You are raising both your hands, so I could not see your face.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for permitting me to ride on that. Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, and of course I'll deal with this matter. But I must declare my interest that I was the family lawyer during this inquest when this poor Kenyan was executed. Yes, when this poor Kenyan was executed allegedly by military officers. And that was about 4 years ago. Indeed, justice delayed is justice denied. And on behalf of the family, I think we need to tender an apology as a republic for the inordinate delay in giving them justice. And I do hope and believe that my able chair of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee and the committee will do its role to ensure that the family gets redress. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair Jailak. How many?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
How much time do you require?
2 weeks.
2
2 weeks should be sufficient for us to answer this sufficiently and in a manner that is satisfactory to the honorable lady member. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. Kadhoni wa Mshomba, member for Githunguri.
Honorable Speaker, I request for a statement regarding status of parcel of public land in Githunguri constituency. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Lands regarding status and ownership of a parcel of public land in Githunguri constituency, Kiambu County. Honorable Speaker, the government has owned a 55 acres parcel of land, registration number LR number Githunguri Township 26 and 27, located in Githunguri town for decades, which serves the administrative hub for Githunguri constituency. The land hosts various government agencies, including the County Land Registry, the Deputy County Commissioner offices, the National Government Constituency Development Fund, and the Constituency Office. In 2011, the then Cabinet Secretary for National Heritage and Cultural vide Kenya Gazette number 244 of 14th January 2011, gazetted the land as a national heritage site as follows, to be shared as follows: Githunguri Gallows, Mau Mau Trench, Githunguri Kerere, and Jomo Kenyatta College. Despite this status, a recent official search conducted revealed that a portion of land was transferred in 2011 to a Miss Lydia Wanjiko Gadesha of ID number 3368832, who is now claiming ownership and seeks to occupy the land. This has raised alarm amongst residents and public servants as details regarding the transfer of the public land remains unclear. Article 62 of the Constitution provides that public lands includes, amongst other aspects, land in respect of which no individual or community ownership can be established by any legal processes. This alleged claim of ownership of the said public land by an individual raises serious concern regarding land administration processes. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Department Committee on Land on the following. 1, the status of current ownership of 55 acres parcel of land in Githunguri town, including whether any portion of it has been allocated to a private individual. 2, the actions being taken by the Ministry of Land, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development to investigate the alleged transfer of public land to Ms. Wanjiko Gadesha and to revoke any irregular transactions involving the land. And 3, the strategies being implemented by the ministry to protect lawful landowners, particularly of public land, from unlawful.
Where Nyamoko is out of the country. Who is the vice chair? Members, pay attention to the proceedings of the House. Who is the chair, vice chair lands, or any member of lands committee?
Myself, Chair, Mr. Speaker, in 2 weeks will be able to respond.
Okay. Now responses to statements. Statement number 4 on the request of Honorable Doris Donya is deferred to Tuesday next week. So Chair Transport, GK, you are engaged in an animated discussion. You should not block your ears when you are in the House.
Honorable Speaker, 2 weeks.
You are not even listening.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker, I was a bit...
Honorable GK, 2 weeks of what?
Deferment, Honorable Speaker.
I said I have deferred the response to question number 4 by Honorable Doris Donya to Tuesday next week.
I got it right.
That is not
Speaker.
2 weeks. Okay. Chair Energy, Gikaria, a response to a request by Umulher Kasim.
Do I proceed, Honorable Speaker? I don't know whether the member is around. Okay. Honorable Chair, following the letter dated 11th March 2025, the National Assembly Pan-Petroleum Committee requested the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Energy and Petroleum, to make submission on statement by Honorable Omar Kel Kasim, Member of Parliament for Mandera County, regarding power outages in Mandera County. The following are the submissions as requested, Honorable Chair. Question number 1, steps taken by the government to address frequent power outages in Mandera County. Mandera is an off-grid county served by diesel generators. The current demand for Mandera is at 3.8 megawatts with the following installed and effective generation capacity. Honorable Chair, the table has been indicated. 2 pieces of 1250 kVA, effective capacity, again 2 of 750 kVA, and 1 generator operated by Encom Rental. 2, we have other 2 generators. Both the generators are down. Honorable Chair, the first generator, as indicated in the report, is down. The second 2, which are operated by KPLC, are also down. And 3, 2 other generators which are managed by KPLC are running. The government provided funds for procurement of additional capacity of 1.5 megawatts through independent power producer, that is Mrs. Mcom Power Rentals, to add to the existing effective capacity of 2.9 megawatts. Therefore, with a full capacity operation of 4.4 megawatts, there will be sufficient generation capacity to meet the power demand. The repair and provision of an extra generator will be placed by end of April 2025. Question number 2, the immediate measures being put in place to replace malfunctional generators, including providing additional generators with the required outages voltage to ensure constant supply of power in the county. The response is, Honorable Speaker, the faulty 12.5 kVA generator, which is managed by MCO Power Rentals, is being replaced. The substitute generator arrived on site on the 23rd of March 2025, and installation and commissioning was completed by 26th March 2025. 2, delivery of repair parts have been done, and repairs are underway for the number 2 units, 1,250 kVA each. Kenya Power awarded the repair contract to Car and General, and the repairs are to be completed in the next 2 weeks due to importation of parts and actual repair works. Therefore, once the repair and installations are done, by the end of this month, the load shedding effect affecting Mandera County will be completely resolved. The third question was the long-term plans for stable power supply in the county, including exploring alternative avenues such as acquisition. Term is to have an IPP to do a hybrid solar and diesel plant that will be up to 10 megawatts to get a PPA from KPLC on a build, own, operate, and transfer. Long-term plan is to get the grid to Mandera. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Umulher. Are you satisfied?
No, I'm not satisfied, Honorable Speaker.
Go ahead and express your dissatisfaction.
First, before I even go into the generators issue, there's a part that reads this month, meaning March, and we're in April. Could you clarify, Honorable Chair? Because you jumped, I'm sure you realized it was a mistake, and you jumped that part, saying this month. So could you please clarify, because this looks like answers that were given just like that. If you can say this month and we're in March, we're in April, then I don't know, I'm not satisfied with the whole thing, generally. Because you speak about 2 weeks, you speak about end of April, then you speak about this month, March. I'm confused. I don't know where to start from the head to the tail of this statement. So, Honorable Speaker, I am not satisfied. Number two, the Honorable Chair said that the substitute generator arrived on site on Sunday, 23rd March, 2025, and installation and commissioning was completed by 26 March. As we speak, the status is as it was when I first read this statement. Honorable Chair, I don't know if you've heard me, but the statement itself is contradictory. It speaks about this month as March. So please give guidance on that. Thank you.
Gikaria.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this response came much earlier. It didn't come yesterday. I'm trying to look when the request was done. That was on 11th of March 2025. We received the response as indicated that we were supposed to give a response in 2 weeks. And Honorable Speaker, the dates that are given here remains the way they were. When they say it was completed by the 26th of March, I want to believe that is what the ministry is saying, that it was completed, unless otherwise indicated, so that we can go back. And if it is true, because this is a response from the ministry. As for the indication of April, Honorable Speaker, if you look in this statement, there were 3 different questions, and each question had different completion dates. So the second question was the one that had the March deadline, and the first question, I think, was the one that had the April deadline. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, before we get to the next response, allow me to hold your horses. Allow me to go back to order number 8, so that we put the question to that while we still have abundance of quorum in the House before we go on. So clerk, call out order number 8.
Order number 8, special motion, consideration of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Justice, Human Rights and Constitutional Affairs. Question to be put.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Umulher, take your seat. The member talking to, I can't know her from her back. Take your seat. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 8, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 8th April 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of Honorable Judith Nayaya Ramaita Pareno as Principal Secretary, State Department for Justice, Human Rights, and Constitutional Affairs. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. So we go back to order number 7, Umulher. Umulher. It is out of order to be on phone in the chamber when business is going on.
Honorable Speaker, where I said there's contradiction in this is that this statement, the response is dated 9th April. The chair is saying that the statement came 2 weeks after when I gave the question, or the statement for that matter. So the contradiction...
Are you disputing the dates or the facts?
No, what it says March as this month, and we're in April. The other issue I have is it says Sunday, 23rd March is when installation and commissioning was completed. And
you are saying it is not?
Nothing is happening.
So Gikaria?
I'm disputing. I'm thinking now this statement may be generated elsewhere other than from the CS. Because if the CS's signature is signed here, written, dated 9th April, and the chair is saying the response came 2 weeks after I gave the statement, which is around 26th, I'm confused, Honorable Speaker. Please give guidance on this. And I would like Honorable Bashir to support me in this because we come from the same county. Thank you.
Honorable Mulher, you have no right to solicit for support on anything you are doing on the floor.
Honorable Speaker, first, just for clarity, question number 1, which was asked, we have a table and it talks about the repairs and provisions of an extra generator will be in place by end of April 2025. That is about question number 1. On matters to do with question number 2, they had asked about the faulty, the immediate measures that would be put in place to replace the malfunctioning of the generators. And that is what the ministry is saying, that by 26th of March, the commissioning had already been done. So that is as far as the repairs as per the second question. That is by 26th of March, then it had already been, actually it says, on Sunday, March 23rd, 2025, installation and commissioning. Honorable Chair, yes, when I was told that there is some issues of the 2, subsection 2, they say that they have done the procurement, but due to importation of the parts, then the repair works might take a little bit or a while. Just because the parts are not found in Kenya, they have to be imported, and then the repairs will be done. But it's talking about different generators, not one. One has already been commissioned already. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Major Bashir.
Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with Honorable Mulkhair that the answers given is quite unsatisfactory. Honorable Speaker, as you speak, there's no power in Mandera town. And this started even way before the month of Ramadan started. Before we went on recess, I mentioned here that people don't have power, don't have even capacity to charge their phones. As we speak now, Kenya Power has actually not responded to the cries and the plight of the people of Mandera East. Even now, even in my own place in Ramu, they have started rationing. So what is the problem with Kenya Power, besides giving us this kind of write-ups? Mandera East requires 3 kVA, not 1.5. Even if they take another generator of 1.5, it will not be of any help. Honorable Speaker, I mentioned here that next to Mandera town, there's Bulahawa. They are using generators. They have never had even one single day of power rationing, simply because it's run by individuals. I think it's high time for independent power producers to be localized and be taken to the counties. Let every county engage and do it. Because as a county, we can ask Bulahawa to extend the power to Mandera East, to extend it to other parts of the county. It's unfortunate that Kenya Power is not ready. So I think we will call upon that let the people of Mandera East have power. If Kenya Power cannot extend, we should be allowed to go to Bulahawa, which is in Somalia, to bring power to the people of Mandera East. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this issue of power in Mandera, Mr. Speaker, has been a problem since independence, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the county or the town there used to be served by independent power producers, which have served them for the last 30 years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those independent power producers were withdrawn without any reason. And then some Chinese generators were taken there. Sorry to say that, quote in quote. And I'm not saying they're substandard, but you know what I mean. So, Mr. Speaker, it is shameful that 60-something years since independence, certain parts of the country are not connected to the national grid, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what equalizes Kenyans today is issues like electricity, roads, healthcare, education. That area, the education is one thing. Teachers have left. There are no teachers there. Students there come here to Nairobi University by grace of God, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 60-something years as a country, and we cannot connect 2 counties, Wajir and Mandera, to the national grid. And you know what? They are neighboring Ethiopia, which is selling very cheap power to Kenya, Mr. Speaker. You can connect them from Isiolo County, Meru County, you can connect them. But it looks like there is no focus. People maybe think there is no economic value for connecting them to the national grid, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, all the livestock that we eat in this country, all the livestock, all the meat that we consume in this country, Mr. Speaker, 80% come from that region. Mr. Speaker, Kenya is number 3 in Africa in terms of the number of livestock that the people own. They are number Nigeria and this other country, what is the name? Ethiopia, are the only ones who are ahead of it. With 30 million, Mr. Speaker, herds of animals, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is an urgent, this House must come to the rescue of those 2 counties. The monopoly of Kenya Power, Mr. Speaker, has destroyed those 2 counties. Every year I have been in this parliament for the last 3 terms, Mr. Speaker, people have been complaining about power in those 2 counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have to do something about it. We need to form even another committee to go and look into that matter, Mr. Speaker. Because I saw the member of parliament from Mandera on a lorry last month, Mr. Speaker, carrying 3 big generators, just to be told after 1 month they are not working. They are all over in TikTok, in social media. I think he's in the house here. He was sitting next to the co-driver. He was like a co-driver in a truck. He was telling people there are 3 generators on top of here, new ones. Little did you know that after 1 month they're not going to work. After a week, actually. Not transformers, generators. Gensets, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge you that this is a matter highly concerns our core values, core mandate of representation. The people of that area are suffering, and you know the way lack of power can stagnate economic growth, Mr. Speaker. You cannot build your house, you cannot weld a home, a door, a window, anything. You are in darkness.
You've made your point.
Mr. Speaker, why am
Mr. Speaker for giving me this opportunity, and I thank my colleagues and my leader of minority for at least, discussing this matter in a very important business of making it a very important business of the House. Mr. Speaker, the problem has been there in Mandera. We have been having this problem for myself when the current CS, but Waziri and the BS and the CS and the CEOs called me in a meeting. We have discussed, we have agreed, we have taken 3 generators now. In fact, one was taken 2 weeks ago. Unfortunately, it is not enough. It is not enough as it is now, but we have agreed in a meeting that they are going to give it to Encom, a company, a private-owned company, 7 more megawatts. We have already agreed in a meeting. I really appreciate what the CS and the BS and his CEOs, that is Engineer Siror and Madam CEO Rerek, Madam Dr. Ross. We have already agreed that they are going to take those generators in the next 3 weeks. But unfortunately, the problem has been there. People were going to Bulhawa, the next town in Somalia, for even, cold water. That is not there right now. We have rationing, but it is not as worse as it was during Ramadan time. We expect the ministry to move very fast so that they can deliver those generators as quickly as possible, so that the people of Mandera can no longer have issues of blackout and rationing. Mandera is the headquarter. Mandera town, Mr. Speaker, is the headquarter of Mandera County. And that is where businesses of Mandera County is. Unfortunately, when there is no power, nothing goes on. What I really appreciate, and I thank the CS and the BS, is that they are doing something. They have already called the CEOs, and they have agreed to give me 7 more megawatts. I urge them to move very fast. The other thing is that Kentraco announced that they are going to get power from Dolo town in Ethiopia. When the president visited Mandera,
what I'll direct is Gikaria, get all the facts together and sit with your colleagues from Mandera and explain to them what the ministry is doing and where there are gaps, how you are narrowing them, so that the people of Mandera can also enjoy the facilities other Kenyans enjoy. You can do that in the course of next week. Next, Stephen Mogaka's request, Chair Transport. Chair Transport to request by Stephen Mogaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to respond to the statement requested by Honorable Stephen Mogaka. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Mogaka in the statement indicated that the roads in West Mugirango constituency have been in dire need of upgrading to bitumen standards for over 15 years, but continue to be ignored. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Mogaka therefore requested for the following information. 1, report detailing all roads that have been approved for upgrading to bitumen standards in Nyamira County, and specifically in West Mugirango constituency, and the status of construction. 2, measures being taken by government, including affirmative action to address the disparities in road construction, development, infrastructure development in constituencies. And 3, the long-term plans being implemented to rehabilitate and expand critical roads in Nyamira County. Honorable Speaker, the committee received a written response from the Ministry of Roads and Transport on 26 March 2025, which I now wish to make. 1, regarding the report detailing all roads that have been approved for upgrading to bitumen standards in Nyamira County and specifically in West Mugirango constituency, including the status of construction, the ministry submitted that there are currently no ongoing projects for upgrading roads to bitumen standards in West Mugirango constituency under KERA. 2, the ministry through KERA has, however, received stakeholder requests for roads linking the constituency to be upgraded to bitumen standards and is in the process, after which they shall be prioritized for construction alongside other similarly critical road links countrywide, subject to the provision of the requisite budgets. 3, all roads under KENHA within Nyamira County are to be upgraded to bitumen standards. However, there are currently no roads that have been approved for upgrading to bitumen standards in West Mugirango constituency. 4, KENHA is currently maintaining the following roads within the Nyamira County. 1, Kisii Nyaramba B4 Road. 2, Nyaramba Chemosit B4 Road. 3, Kadogo Nyamira Siamani B5 Road. 4, Kibirigo Keroka B5 Road. Keroka Nyagusu B5 Road. Kisii Kaprang B6 Road. Charbera Ikonge B133 Road. And lastly, Ikonge Chepilat B133 Road. Regarding the measures being taken by the government, including affirmative action to address the disparities in road infrastructure development in the constituency, the ministry submitted that planning of construction of roads is informed by several factors, including prevailing government policies, the Road Sector Investment Plan, that is RSIP, and continuous shareholder engagement. Within these frameworks are inbuilt mechanisms to prioritize areas that lack adequate infrastructure, such as roads. In addition, the government has operationalized affirmative action measures in the road sector, including the Equalization Fund, that are aimed at addressing disparities in road development. Further, the ministry is committed to the active involvement of all stakeholders towards finding holistic solutions to historic disparities in provision of road infrastructure in different parts of the country. 7, regarding the long-term plan being implemented to rehabilitate and expand critical roads in Nyamira County, the ministry submitted that through KERA, it continues to maintain critical link roads in Nyamira County through provision of a 10% road maintenance levy fund. To this end, the ministry has allocated a total of 19 million Kenya shillings for maintenance of critical link roads in Nyamira under 10% RMLF. And lastly, under KENHA, continuous maintenance of roads under performance-based contracting will ensure roads remain in good condition for extended periods, and also collaboration with the county government with regards to roads that interact with KENHA roads, e.g. development of non-motorized transport within Nyamira town. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I submit.
Stephen.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman, for that statement. The only true thing about that statement, Mr. Speaker, is that there are no tarmac roads ongoing in West Mugirango constituency. And Mr. Speaker, sadly, West Mugirango constituency is the headquarters of Nyamira County, and the entire municipality of Nyamira County sits in West Mugirango constituency. So I cannot understand, or the people of West Mugirango, Mr. Speaker, cannot understand how then there can be no tarmac within the municipality or the constituency that houses the county. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, in answering, the chairman of the Roads Committee has misled this House that all roads under Kenha within Nyamira County are tarmacs. Mr. Speaker, road number 4, which the committee chair has cited, which runs from Kebirigo Market to Keroka, that road is under Kenha. But there is a bridge that crosses River Gucha that has never been tarmacked. And remember, this tarmac was put more than 15 years ago when the Right Honorable Prime Minister was the Minister for Roads, because that was the last time tarmac road was seen in West Mogrango. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I want to request the chairman to look at what happened with the money for the bridge, because that road was constructed more than 15 years ago. The contractor was discharged from site, yet that bridge has never been done to date. And what measures is the chairman going to take to ensure that that road, at least that road, is done? Further,
Enough.
Mr. Speaker.
Enough.
Further, Mr. Speaker,
you are supposed to seek a clarification. You are making a speech. Yes.
I'm drawing to the attention of the chairman that he has been misled by the committee to make a statement that a certain road is tarmacked. It has a portion that is not tarmacked, and that is what I'm asking for. And I beg that affirmative action be done through you, Mr. Speaker, for the very bad roads in the constituency to be upgraded to tarmac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman. GK.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hear Honorable Mogaka is not satisfied with the response, and Honorable Speaker, we will seek a supplementary response and address his supplementary question.
Thank you.
From the Minister.
Can you give him additional information by end of next week?
Yes, we'll give him additional information.
George Gashagwa, MP Ndarakwa. Honorable George Gashagwa. Is he in the house? Yeah, go ahead, George. Sorry, Chairman, can you respond?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to give response to the statement requested by Honorable George Gashagwa. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable George Gashagwa sought to, among other things, establish plans for installing properly designed and clearly marked speed bumps at the strategic points along the Nyahururu-Nyeri Road, particularly in the Equator area, Mununga stretch, and the other identified high-risk zones. 2, the measures being undertaken to enhance road safety through the installation of proper signage, reflective markers, and other visual aids to ensure optimal visibility and adequate warning to road users, especially during nighttime and adverse weather conditions. And 3, the timelines for the implementation of these road safety improvements, including completion dates for the installation of speed bumps, warning signs, and associated road safety infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, the committee received a response from the Ministry of Roads and Transport on 20th March 2024, which I now wish to make. 2025, Honorable Speaker. regarding the plans for installing properly designed and clearly marked speed bumps at strategic points such as Nyahururu-Nyeri Road, particularly in the Equator area, Mununga Stretch, and other identified high-risk zones. I wish to respond that the ministry, through the Kenya National Highway Authority, has engaged contractors for routine maintenance along the Nyahururu-Nyeri Road. Additionally, Kenya has assessed the section at Equator and Mununga Stretch and noted that these sections require road marking for bumps. Consequently, the contractors have been instructed to remark the bumps as specified in the scope of works. 2, on the measures being undertaken to enhance the road safety through the installation of proper signage, diffractive markers, and other visual aids to ensure optimal visibility and adequate warning to road users, especially during nighttime and adverse weather conditions. The ministry has submitted that the contractors on the site have been instructed to implement additional safety measures, including the installation of guardrails with SWAFREX reflectors and the erection of traffic signs and the marking of center lines. 3, however, the ministry added that they continue to face challenges with the vandalism of newly installed traffic signs, SWAFREX reflectors on rail guards and other stands. 4, on the timelines for implementation of these road safety improvements, including completion dates for the installation of speed bumps, warning signs, and associated road safety infrastructure, the ministry submitted that the implementation of these road safety improvements is currently underway as part of the ongoing routine maintenance works. The works were expected to be completed by end of March 2025, but as indicated, this has not been completed and is expected to be completed soon. The committee will engage the ministry on this matter to ensure that this road and other roads across the country are safe for all road users. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Honorable Gachagua, you satisfied?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not satisfied. My statement mainly concerned the bumps at Equator area near Wakongo Center. But the statement, the response addresses more on reflective issues for visibility. Mr. Speaker, if my statement could be read well, I have actually asked for bumps at that particular place. But the response addresses more on visibility. And there's also this issue of vandalism. Vandalism, I am wondering, Mr. Speaker, can bumps be stolen? I wish they are installed because I have had a lot of problems in this stretch, along this stretch. So, Mr. Speaker, if you look even at the dates, I think the ministry misled the chairman, the committee chairman, by saying that there are some routine maintenance going on.
Honorable Gachagua, you're right. GK, as the chair, the question was so simple, but I heard you go at a total tangent on matters that have not been canvassed. The question is, are you going to put bumps on this road? It's as simple as that. Nyahururu-Nyeri Road needs bumps. And he's right, you talked about vandalize. You can't vandalize a bump, can you?
I totally agree with the Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Bumps cannot be vandalized, and
Yes.
so we will engage the ministry to get a better response. But they have indicated that they are committed to installing the bumps. So they are
Yes.
not opposed to fixing speed bumps.
Okay. Honorable Gashagwa, are you okay with that?
Maybe, Mr. Speaker, we get the timelines because it has been long overdue.
Honorable Chair of the committee, how long will you take to put or to erect those bumps?
We will liaise with the ministry, Honorable Speaker, and ensure that those bumps are fixed within a period of not more than a month.
So in a month's time, bring us a progress report.
I will, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. George, is that all right? Yes, you are both George. I'm asking George the questioner. Okay,
Speaker, it's okay.
Thank you. Majority Leader, your Thursday statement. Majority Leader, you are making peace with Ngogoyo. Your Thursday statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Ngogoyo is my very good friend. So I'm not only making peace, but convincing him to see the light. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2a, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 8th April 2025, to prioritize business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, with regard to business scheduled for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to consider the following bills at various stages, some of which are listed in today's order paper. The second reading of the following bills, should they not be concluded today: 1, the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill of 2025; 2, the Learners with Disabilities Bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2023; 3, the Treaty Making and Ratification Amendment Bill number 2 of 2024; 4, the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill of 2023, and the National Cohesion and Integration Bill of 2023. In addition, the House will prioritize consideration of the following of the motion on Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates, and special motions on consideration for nominees for appointment to public or state offices. Further, Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42A, 5 and 6, I wish to convey that the following Cabinet Secretaries are scheduled to appear before the House on the afternoon of Wednesday, 16th April 2025, to respond to questions as follows. 1, the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Economic Planning will appear to provide an update on the status of the disbursement of funds under the NGCDF Fund for the financial year 2024-2025, raised in the House during the sitting of Tuesday, 8th April 2025, by the member for Bumula, the Honorable Jack Wamboka. In addition, the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Economic Planning is also scheduled to respond to the following questions. Question number 008 of 2025 by the member for Wundanyi, Honorable Danson Mwashakwa, MP, regarding delays in processing payments for retirees in the country by the Pensions Department. And 2, question number 009 of 2025 by the member for Emuhaya, Honorable Mboko Milemba, CBS MP, regarding details on the medical capitation funds meant for teachers' medical scheme in the country. 2 is the Cabinet Secretary for Health, who will respond to the following questions. Question number 017 of 2025 by the member for Oyata, Honorable Robert Basil, MP, regarding reasons why Kenyans are required to register for the Social Health Insurance Fund despite formally contributing to the National Health Insurance Fund. 2, question 047 of 2025 by the member for Malindi, Honorable Amina Mnyazi, MP, regarding measures undertaken by the government to address the impact of the withdrawal of USAID funding in the country. 3, question number 048 of 2025 by the member for Endebes, Honorable Dr. Robert Pukose, MP, regarding provision of a detailed report on tender number GF/ATM/HIV/NFM 2023/2024 OIT 5 on the supply of Sure lubricated dotted condoms manufactured by MS Indus Medicare Private Limited, awarded to MS Reddy's Pharma. I can see the Honorable Pukosa is here. 4, question number 049 of 2025 by the nominated member, Honorable Irene Mayaka, MP, regarding steps taken by the government to address vaccines shortages and ensure uninterrupted immunization services. 5 is question number 050 of 2025 by the member for Kirinyaga, Honorable Joseph Gitari, MP, regarding reasons why the administrator of the National Police Service Medical Insurance Scheme, MS Medical Administrators Kenya Limited, MAKL, does not allow its beneficiaries to choose their preferred hospitals for medical services. 6 is question number 051 of 2025 with the member for Manyata, Honorable Gitonga Mukunji, regarding non-operationalization of the Rehabilitation Fund as established under Section 53 of the Narcotics, Drugs, and Psychotropic Substances Control Act, Cap 245. And 7 is question number 052 of 2025 by the member for Nyandarua County, Honorable Faith Getao, CBS MP, regarding measures undertaken by the ministry to secure affordable treatment for multi-drug-resistant tuberculosis, considering its more challenging and prolonged treatment regime. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the House business will reconvene again on Tuesday, 15th April 2025, to schedule business for the rest of the week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Did you notice your mention of Dr. Bukose's question put a broad smile on the face of the member for Homa Bay?
Very broad, Honorable Speaker. I know it is sure condoms. I don't know what is, but you know, condom use in Homa Bay at one point was one of the counties that had very low use of condoms. But following a lot of civic education, which the member from Homa Bay was a keen participant in that civic education, the use of condoms in Homa Bay County has become prevalent, and this has reduced the infectious sexually transmitted diseases, including HIV/AIDS.
Was it education in theory or in practice?
At one point, we had nicknamed him Akuku Danger.
Next order. Yes, order. Honorable Junet.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to seek your indulgence before I react to the issue of Homa Bay. Mr. Speaker, you know it's unreligious to use condom. I don't know that the majority is aware of that. It's unreligious. The religion don't allow condoms. Even Catholic, even Islam, you are supposed to abstain. You're not supposed to use condom. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, that's on a light note. Abstinence, Mr. Speaker. That's what the religion. Yeah, condom should be banned so that you don't do anything. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to seek your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. There is an issue, Mr. Speaker, concerning the bicameral operation of the Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, last week, was it this week or this week, on Tuesday, we debated the motion that contained the bill that was returned back by the Senate to the National Assembly, which contained amendments that had negated the purpose of the whole bill, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, also, the Supreme Court has done a historic ruling on this matter. And this matter has been pending since the inauguration of the new Constitution, because nobody knew the demarcations between the two houses, Mr. Speaker, and every house wanted to do the work of the other house. Especially the Senate wanted to do more work that belongs to the National Assembly. So, Mr. Speaker, my request to you is that for the benefit and for posterity and for the benefit of this House going forward, Mr. Speaker, so that we know where our boundaries reach, where our beacons are, Mr. Speaker, I wish to request you to give a communication, Mr. Speaker, to the House, which goes on record, outlining the issues that have been decided in the Supreme Court ruling, Mr. Speaker, so that it becomes now very clear that the Speaker has issued communication that every member can refer to, Mr. Speaker. So it is my wish that this is going to be one of the most important pronouncements and communication that the speakers will have made in this year, Mr. Speaker, because it is a very, very important matter, and I'm happy that the Supreme Court had made its decision. And as you are aware, the case was taken to court by the Senate, not by the National Assembly. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I request that you seek you allow or you consider my request for you to give a communication on that matter so that we can use it as a reference, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to support the request
by the leader of minority, even as we communicate that, and I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you'll indicate that this House's caucus on legislation, litigation, and related matters was seized of this matter upon your convention, and that the matter was actually referred to the caucus for consideration. But that notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, I think it is still possible for you to issue a communication on the decision of the Supreme Court, because it is quite direct and it's very specific on the legislation that was brought and was challenged, and it might be indicative and guide the House moving forward. I think the initial confusion had been caused somewhere around 2013, when an advisory opinion had been sought of the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court made a statement that sweepingly suggested that virtually every legislation must concern a county, because every part of the country is part of a county. And I think that created a confusion that has lasted almost 10 years. So it is very good that the Supreme Court finally clarified that it is not every piece of legislation that must go to the Senate, because not every piece of legislation concerns counties. So I would support a communication to that effect, because it would help us. Importantly, and it's of interest to this House, that the Supreme Court did address itself to the question of the NGCDF Act 2015, which was part of the legislation that was challenged on the basis that it did not go to the Senate. And the Supreme Court was very clear that it did not need to go to the Senate, and to that extent, it was not unconstitutional. That has direct relevance to matters we are litigating, and we will not talk about the merit, but it is important to note, because many people had thought that the Supreme Court had pronounced itself on the NGCDF Act as amended in 2022 and declared it unconstitutional, not knowing that the only pronouncement that had been made was on the initial NGCDF Act as it existed in 2013. And so it is also helpful because it's educative to Kenyans. It is helpful to judicial officers who are considering it to know that it is not true that the current NGCDF Act was ever declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I support an idea of a communication. Thank you.
Oundo, on the same issue?
Yes. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya 2010 clearly demarcated the roles of the two chambers of parliament. And it was always hoped and believed that the very senior members, so-called senior members who sit in the Senate, will be the first people to protect the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Fourth schedule, likewise, Honorable Speaker, set out the mandate of each level of government. I want to raise this to support the sentiments by my leader, and as you issue that communication, Honorable Speaker, go all your way to clearly demarcate where can government officers report to. Should they be called to Senate to answer on matters that are exclusively a national government matter? Can they just be called by anybody to go and do literally nothing? Honorable Speaker, when you meet quite a number of these accounting officers, they complain bitterly. They are always called upon to go to Senate to answer on matters that has got nothing to do with the county governments, with the devolution at all. So in that way of communication, Honorable Speaker, we request and beseech you to lay the law very clear so that we avoid this confusion, duplication, and essentially one-time waste of public time to answer the same question repeatedly from this end to this end. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, George Murugara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, indeed that request is actually timely. The reason being that what the Senate does and continues to do is actually in total breach of our Constitution. Just the other day, they had summoned the judiciary to go and answer questions, I don't know on what. Really, can the Senate summon the judiciary to answer questions on matters that do not touch on county governments? And how does the judiciary have matters touching on county governments? I think when you go into this elaborate communication, consider also whether that was within their purview or this is the imaginative power they are giving to themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Gishimu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I add my voice to the request done by Honorable Junet, the demarcation between the mandate of the National Assembly and the Senate is already there in the Constitution, Article 95 and Article 96, respectively. Honorable Speaker, as you also give this communication, if you are persuaded to, my only worry is that whether your communication would also be binding on the other House of Parliament. But be as it may, that communication is also good for the public consumption so that it can be known which House of Parliament is abdicating or transgressing or trespassing into the other House of Parliament. Because the Constitution, as is written, cannot be changed, has not been changed. And unless that is done, then we have to maintain our lanes in terms of legislative oversight and representation. Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Junet. I'll do so within the next 2 weeks. Next order.
Order number 9, the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2025, second reading, resumption of debate.
Who was on the floor? There was nobody on the floor.
Honorable Speaker, I'm standing under Standing Order 95 to call that the mover be called to reply. This anti-money laundering and the combating of terrorism financial laws amendment bill, we deliberated yesterday and even up to late in the evening. And I think we also have other pending business, and I would request that members allow that the mover be called to reply so that we can transact the other business on approval of the PSS. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, is that the mood of the House? Then mover, Majority Leader, who moved the motion? It's under your name. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity first to thank all the members who have contributed on this bill on the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, Bill number 5 of 2025. Honorable Speaker, as we said when the Chief Whip moved this bill on my behalf, this is a bill that seeks first to create equity and fairness in the financial services sector, to ensure that what is being done within the banking sector, insurance companies, and all the other financial sector services, the same is done even within our circle societies and other money handling agencies in the country. True, Honorable Speaker, I listened to quite a number of contributions and keenly, including the contribution by the member for Homa Bay, who is a very ardent debater in this House. And many of the concerns, Honorable Speaker, that were raised, including issues touching on regulations that will come before this House, are issues that we have agreed with the chair of the committee that these are issues that we can look into. And if in any case there are no regulations that will ever take effect in law without being approved by this House, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, just to convince members of this House and Kenyans at large that there is really nothing much to worry about. You remember, Honorable Speaker, when we first passed the Anti-Money Laundering Act about 2 or 3 years ago, the same fears were expressed in this House, and I remember in the last Parliament, we had similar fears being expressed, especially around the profession of lawyers. At that time, lawyers were up in arms against the law. But this law having been in effect, it has helped the country in ensuring that we stem the scourge of money laundering, not just locally, but in the region. It's sad, Honorable Speaker, that our country was grey listed last year, or about 2 years ago, and this is part of the measures that were agreed on the changes that need to be effected within our laws and further strengthening our Anti-Money Laundering Act to help combat not just money laundering and the flow of illicit financing, not just for terrorism, but even for narcotics, Honorable Speaker. And we must come out as a nation within this region, as a nation that is at the forefront in combating money laundering, especially around terrorism financing, because of our proximity to countries that where there are active terrorism cells. Then we become a nation of a country of interest to many people around the world. And therefore, it's important that we continue to strengthen these laws. Honorable Speaker, I know again there have been fears that have been expressed by members in contributing around SASRA and the regulatory agency that regulates our SACCOs. Just to give you assurance again, just like happened with lawyers, there is no time SASRA will come and superintend over your money. SASRA regulates the SACCOs. For instance, PACOSO or Bunge SACCO. SASRA does not regulate my money in PACOSO or in Bunge SACCO. It regulates the SACCOs themselves. And therefore, all the regulations that will come to the House, and as I emphasize, those regulations must come here for approval. Those regulations will be to regulate the SACCOs so that we are able to stem money laundering even within the SACCO sector, because it has also been identified as a major conduit for money laundering and terrorism financing, Honorable Speaker. And with that, I beg to move and urge all your support. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to reply.
Thank you. Members on their feet, take your seats. Pauline, take the nearest seat. Thank you, honorable members. I'll now pull the question at order number 9, which is that the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2025, be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next,
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the laws relating to anti-money laundering and combating of terrorism financing and proliferation of financing and for connected purposes. Order number 10, special motion, consideration of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Medical Services.
Chair, Committee on Health. Dr. Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to move that take into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Health in its report on the vetting of nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Medical Services, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 9th April 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Principal Secretary, State Department for the Ministry of the Constitution approves the appointment of Dr. Frederick Uma Oluga as the Principal Secretary, State Department for Medical Services, Ministry of Health. Honorable Speaker, following your communication on Wednesday, March 26, 2025, and convey to the House the message from His Excellency the President, and subsequently referred the name of the nominee, curricula vitae, Public Service Commission report on his recruitment to respective committee for approval hearing. While referring to the matter to the committee, you directed that the committee undertake the vetting exercise within 28 days under Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Cap 7F, and reports be ready for tabling on or before 22nd of April 2025. Honorable Speaker, you further directed that the Clerk of the National Assembly to notify the nominee and general public by placing adverts in the 2 newspapers of nationwide circulation and parliamentary website of the time and the place of holding the approval of hearings by Friday, 4th April 2025. In accordance with Section 6(9) of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, the Clerk of the National Assembly invited interested members of the public to submit any representation by written statements on oath or affidavits with supporting evidence on the suitability of the nominee for the appointment to the position which no memorandum was received for and against the nominee. Honorable Speaker, the committee conducted the approval hearing on Friday, 4th April 2025. In conducting the approval hearing, the committee was guided by the provisions of the Constitution, the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approvals Act, Cap 7F, the Leadership Integrity Act, Cap 185C, the Public Officer Ethics Act, Cap 185B, the Public Service Commission Act, Cap 185, and the National Assembly Standing Orders. Honorable Speaker, following the committee's deliberations and analysis of the submissions and presentation received on the suitability of the nominee for appointment to the position, the committee observed that Dr. Frederick Ouma Oluga, OGW, demonstrated requisite knowledge and experience to perform the functions of the position for Principal Secretary for the State Department of Medical Services, Ministry of Health. He further met all statutory and constitutional requirements to perform the functions of the position. Honorable Speaker, the committee, having considered the suitability, competence, experience, and integrity of Dr. Oluga Frederick Ouma, OGW, following the approval process and taking into consideration its observations and findings, and pursuant to the provisions of the Constitution, Sections 3, 5, and 8(2) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, the National Assembly Standing Orders, Senate Standing Orders, recommend that the Parliament approves the nomination of Dr. Oluga Frederick Ouma, OGW, to the position of Principal Secretary, State Department for Medical Services, Ministry of Health. Honorable Speaker, Dr. Oluga was interviewed by the committee on the date mentioned and responded to questions during the sittings as follows. Dr. Oluga Frederick Ouma is a Kenyan citizen of national identity, card number 23797977, born in Bondo, Siaya in 1984, and he bears no other citizenship. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Oluga has a requisite academic qualifications. He holds a Master of Degree of Medicine, MEd, in Internal Medicine from the University of Nairobi School of Medicine. He also holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Surgery from the University and School of Medicine, of Moi University School of Medicine. He acquired the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education from Maranda High School, where he scored A's. Mr. Speaker, in addition, Dr. Oluga presented several professional certifications gained locally and internationally in labor movement, in health labor union leadership, in governance locally and abroad, in disease management, in dangerous pathogens control management. Mr. Speaker, the nominee actually is very highly qualified for the positions that we're looking for. His work experience is equally impressive, and currently is the director, he was acting director and head of Directorate of Health Sector Coordination and Research Development at the Ministry of Health. He has also served in the same ministry at Deputy Director of Health, and also he has served as Director of Health Services at the Nairobi Metropolitan Metropolitan Services. I think we are all aware. And there he actually spearheaded strategic thinking that actually resulted in the implementation of and a construction of several hospitals with the idea of actually relieving congestion that's a big problem at Kenyatta National Hospital. He is also a co-founder and co-chair of the Health Workers for All Coalition. And this is an international organization where he has mobilized global workforce advocacy, securing considerable sums of money to fund the coalition. Mr. Speaker, the nominee is actually very, very experienced, and he further informed the committee that he was also the secretary and the CEO of the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Pharmacists Dentists Union, which gives him experience in the management of labor issues in the workshop. We know how we are affected by this issue in the health sector. And when we questioned him further on this, he said he has actually managed this, and during his leadership of the union, they had only one strike, and he actually believes in dialogue and solving these problems instead of street actions. Also, Mr. Speaker, he has also served as Registrar Internal Medicine at Kenyatta National Hospital. So his experience is actually really profound. He's also a member of the professional associations, and he is a Kenya Medical Association, the union I've already talked about, and he's also, this is important, a designated health practitioner with the Directorate of Occupational Health. That is actually industrial health. And he's been awarded, okay, I will make a summary. He's been awarded the Grand Warrior, the Order of the Grand Warrior in this country. Now, he met all the clearance requirements for the Kenya Revenue Authority, Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, the Director of Criminal Investigation, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, and HELP. And he has indicated he has no conflict of interest or no potential conflict of interest, except that he runs a consultancy in occupational health, which he indicates he has actually resigned from that. And when we actually interviewed him on actually very current issues in the ministry, healthcare financing, the issue of social health insurance, he had a fairly profound knowledge of the structure, the health financing mechanism and the systems, and he had very good recommendations on how we can move forward and get the Social Health Authority working. And he understands the need for primary health care, which actually saves money for the country, and he has actually established 47 primary care networks. So somebody asked about maternal health. He has proposed a transfer system for mothers who are in labor. So in all, Mr. Speaker, this is a very well-rounded professional. His academic qualifications are actually up to date. His experience is up to date. When we asked him about his net worth,
the Honorable Dr. Nyikal, the Chair, Departmental Committee on Health, the report of the committee is in the House, and the indication I'm getting from the House is that they appear to have read everything you are telling us. So would you kindly...
Therefore, the committee, having considered all the report that we have all read, that we are aware of, therefore considered the suitability and capacity and integrity of the nominee, and pursuant to Section 2 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act, the committee recommends that the National Assembly approves the appointment of Dr. Frederick Ouma Oluga, OW, to the position of Principal Secretary, State Department of Medical Services. And Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and ask Honorable Patrick Munene to second.
Honorable Patrick Munene.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I don't want to say so many things after my chairman has gone through the whole report, the committee's report. I will just say three key things about Dr. Oluga. One, Dr. Oluga was a student at Marada High School where he scored a plane. Two, Dr. Oluga has worked with Nairobi Metropolitan Services as in charge of all the services. Three, Dr. Oluga has been a deputy director at the Ministry of Health. In the same ministry he has been appointed. And also Dr. Oluga currently has been a director at the Ministry of Health. So I want to assure Kenyans that we've got somebody who has experience, who knows the ministry. Dr. Oluga has been involved in laying the primary health care networks in this country. All the 47 of them, in all the 47 counties, he was the one in charge in the ministry when all these primary care networks were created. And finally, this is somebody who has been the CEO of the Kenya Medical and Practitioners Union. And most of the times the ministry finds itself in a dark place with the KMPDU. And Dr. Oluga, having been their CEO, having worked with the doctors, he has worked in the union side and he has worked with the executive side as a director in the medical services. So there's a qualified candidate who I'm really sure that will do well for the health of this country. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I propose the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Health in its report on the vetting of nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Medical Services, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 9th April 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, approves the appointment of Dr. Oluga Frederick Ouma, OGW, as Principal Secretary, State Department for Medical Services, Ministry of Health. The Honorable Otiende Amolo.
Mike, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support this. Dr. Ouma Oluga is from my constituency. So surely you must allow me to speak about my constituent. And it's not just from my constituency. He's from a village called Okela. And he went to school in an ordinary primary school called Okela, which is neighboring to my school, which was called Chianda. And like me, he excelled and went to Maranda, where I also went, and I'm the patron of the old boys. And like me, he topped his class and went to study medicine. Me, I went to study law. Surely you must allow me to talk about such a man. Mr. Speaker, the only thing I need to add are only two things. One, in terms of experience, both the mover and the second have talked about it. But let me add a few things that are not clear there. One, Dr. Ouma Oluga also served as a medical officer of health in Vihiga County. So he has also had the experience of working in what you'd call, rural or semi-rural Kenya. Dr. Ouma Oluga has also served as a lecturer in medicine. That may not have come out. Dr. Ouma Oluga was not only the CEO of the Kenya Medical Dentists and Practitioners Union, but he was also the Secretary General. Now that is important because you will remember in his time, Dr. Ouma Oluga led the longest strike of doctors in this country, lasting 1 year. At a time we are having problems with people in that profession, I think none is more suitable than a person like that to bridge that relation between the practitioners and government. But lastly, it is also important to mention that when he was serving as registrar at the Kenyatta National Hospital, he served in the biggest hospital. But more lately, he's been director in charge of the health sector coordination. Now, in that capacity, he has interacted not just with the counties, but also with the partners. And so he knows the terrain. Mr. Speaker, at a time we are having all sorts of issues with SHA and SHIF, none is more suited to help us navigate this conundrum than Dr. Frederick Ouma Oluga. I support, Mr. Speaker.
The minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you know, our colleagues on the other side are wondering why we want to contribute. They expect us just to approve. I want to tell them that we want to take pride in the kind of experts we are sending to government as ODM, Mr. Speaker. The kind of people that we are sending to this government, Mr. Speaker, to help this government, Mr. Speaker. Look at the type of Dr. Uma Oluga, Frederick, Mr. Speaker. Where else could they have found him other than ODM, Mr. Speaker? So that's why I had to take time to speak, because, Mr. Speaker, you know, they may just see it, you know, take it for granted that we are sending people there. We are sending serious people, people of high caliber, people of high standard, Mr. Speaker. And you can see, Mr. Speaker, since the broad-based government started, and we started sending experts to this government, the face of this government has changed, Mr. Speaker. People take this government more serious than any other time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and that, I know, majority leader will agree with me, because he is part of the mechanics who are bringing this broad-based thing together, Mr. Speaker. The majority leader is playing a big role, Mr. Speaker. He knows, and he normally checks when we bring serious people, and he tells me, Junet Mafundi, that this you are bringing the right people to government. Mr. Speaker, look at what is happening in this government after the broad-based. The government just looking up. Healthcare is being reformed. Education is being reformed. Energy is being reformed. Treasury now. The economy is looking up. The economy, look, the inflation has gone down. The interest rates have gone down, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of confidence in the economy because of sending an expert like John Badingongo, our former chairman of our party, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have joined these, we have come together in this broad base to help our country, to make sure that our country succeeds. That's why we want to have people like Uma Oluga in the health ministry. And you know, this parliament has changed all the laws pertaining to health. We have brought, you know, digital health care, Mr. Speaker. You need serious people now, like Uma Oluga, to handle that thing. Share. Mr. Speaker, I am a very proud man today as a Kenyan. I never thought one day Uma Oluga will get a chance to exercise the kind of knowledge he has, Mr. Speaker. I used to admire him when he was the KPMDU Secretary General, a young man who is self-made. I'm a young man who grew up in this country, participated in every aspect of healthcare in this country. NMS, built hospitals in Kijijis, Mr. Speaker, you remember, when he was the secretary, the PS of NMS, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge members to take ODM more serious. We have more experts. If you want more experts, please write to me as the minority leader, and I will take it to Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. We have more experts in law, in healthcare, in engineering, in water, in all kinds of things, Mr. Speaker. We are a think tank full of experts, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I must get the rights to brag, because experts are coming from ODM. What do you mean, Mr. Pokose, Dr. Pokose? Thank you very much.
You know, the Honorable Majority Leader takes precedence. Take back your seat. Please, sit down. Take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Member. The Majority Leader will be heard in silence. Total silence.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the nomination of, or rather the appointment of the nominee as Principal Secretary, Dr. Oluga Ouma. Frederick. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to get into the debate of whether he's an expert from ODM or not. Dr. Oluga is a Kenyan and a very professional young Kenyan. Very competent, and I have known him since his days in the union. And I think at one point he also served at Nairobi City County as a CEC or a chief officer, I can't remember. And he's a man who is very professional. Honorable Speaker, as much as the leader of minority says they are giving experts to this government, these experts are Kenyans. And the leader of minority will agree with me, they are equally competent experts in UDA. But His Excellency the President purposed to broaden the base. And as the Honorable Junet says, there have been many fundis in broadening the base. Because for a base to be broad and firm, it needs fundis who will fix to ensure that you have a strong base where good professionals like Dr. Oluga and others can sit in and serve Kenyans. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Junet, having been one of the fundis, knows that there are very good experts within ODM, even within the other political parties. I am sure this professional is not, may not want to be seen as a member of any political party. And in fact, it is one of the requirements that they declare whether they are officials of political parties. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with any Kenyan being a member of a political party, because people have political affiliation, including professionals. Yes. Even cabinet secretaries have cabinet affiliation. And therefore, there's absolutely nothing wrong with a nominee being a member of a political party. The only thing the law does not allow them to do is to hold office in political parties or to conduct their work in public office in a partisan manner. And therefore, irrespective of where you come from, irrespective of your political affiliation, serve the people of Kenya diligently and with commitment, knowing that you're coming into public service to serve the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, when the broad-based government came into being, it wasn't just about broadening the base to create positions for people. It's about service delivery to Kenyans. And wherever you find a good person to offer good service to the people of Kenya, get them. If you find them in Wiper, get them. If you find them in ODM, get them. If you find them in UDA where there's a repository of knowledge, equally get them. And equally, those within government who are incompetent have time also to be shown the door. And indeed, I am happy this House has led from the front in showing the door incompetency. Those who have been incompetent, this House has taken action. And therefore, even as we appoint, as we approve these nominees, we want to tell them, show your competence, express your professional good manners in office, work for the people of Kenya, do not work for a region, do not work for a party, work for all the people of Kenya with diligence, commitment, and knowing that in your service in government, you are serving the people who are ultimately the bosses. The appointing authority may be your boss, but ultimately the boss is the people of Kenya, and serve them with commitment. There are challenges, and I am very certain that Dr. Oluga knows the challenges that have been there in the health ministry. I am confident now with
Add the majority leader 1 minute to conclude.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was saying, Honorable Speaker, I am very confident with the leadership of CS Aden Duale at the helm now at the Ministry of Health. The issues that we have seen in the past, that house being nicknamed Mafia House, Duale and PS Oluga will clean out the mafia. The issues that we have seen, the challenges that have been there with the Social Health Insurance Fund, Honorable Speaker, I am very confident. My predecessor, Honorable Aden Duale, together with Dr. Oluga, have now what it takes to combine the leadership skills and the wisdom of CS Aden Duale and the professionalism and experience of Dr. Oluga to fix what has not been right at Afia House, Honorable Speaker, and therefore support and urge all the members to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What is out of order, Honorable Pukose?
Honorable Speaker, having allowed the member for Rarieta, who Dr. Omoluka is a villager from that place, And knowing that we still have many other principal secretaries to approve, can I be in order to ask that we approve Dr. Oluga as principal secretary for health and move to the next approvals, and members can still contribute to those ones?
Is it the mood of the House that the mover be called to reply? Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of contrary opinion say nay? Mover, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, everything has been said. I reply.
Thank you. Order, Honorable Oundo. Freeze there. Honorable members, I put the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Health in its report on the vetting of nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Medical Services, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 9th April 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of Dr. Oluga Frederick Ouma, OGW, as Principal Secretary, State Department for Medical Services in the Ministry of Health. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 11, special motion, consideration of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Public Service and Human Capital Development.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor, to move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I write to move that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labor in its report on the vetting of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 9th, 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, subsection 3, subsection B of the Constitution, approves the appointment of Dr. Jane Kere Imbunya as Principal Secretary, State Department of Public Service and Human Capital Development. Honorable Speaker, following the notification of presidential action nominating Dr. Jane Kere Imbunya for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department of Public Service and Human Capital Development, and subsequent communication by the Honorable Speaker and referral of the Departmental Committee on Labor, A, the Clerk of the National Assembly on the 27th March 2025 facilitated placement of an advert in the print media notifying the public on the date, time, and place of the approval hearing of the nominee. B, in compliance with Section 6, subsection 9 of the In compliance with subsection 6, subsection 9 of the Public Appointments Act, the clerk invites the public to submit memoranda by the way of writing statements on oath on the suitability or otherwise of the nominee. C, in addition, the clerk on the 27th of March 2025 brought to the Kenya Revenue Authority, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, the Higher Education Laws Board.
The Honorable Ken Chonga.
Yes.
The detailed report of the committee is already on the table and has been distributed to members. Kindly summarize, if possible, go to the resolution so that the House can make a decision.
Much obliged, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the committee, having considered the nominees' filed questionnaire pursuant to Section 6 subsection 8 of Public Appointments Act, her curriculum vitae, and having had oral and submission during the approval of the hearing, of the State Department of Public Service and Human Capital Development, that one, that she is a Kenyan of ID number 3464, 5601, born in 1961 in Kakamega, that the nominee holds a doctorate PhD from University of Botswana, Masters in Philosophy from University of Botswana, and a Bachelor's of Education from University of Nairobi. That the nominee is currently serving as a dean in the School of Education and Social Sciences at Kaimosi Friends University. She is having previously served as the Director of Quality Assurance and Management System at the same university, and had held difficult positions at the University of Botswana and the Gaborone University College in Botswana. She's also been an education expert advisor of the Botswana Parliamentary Education Committee and a Director of Research and Linkages at Gaborone University College. That the nominee, having conducted the approval hearings pursuant to Section 124, subsection 4, and 155, Section 3 of the Constitution, Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Act, Cap 7F, and Standing Order 216, subsection 5 and F, the committee recommends that the House approves the appointment of Dr. Jane Kere Imbunya as Principal Secretary, State Department for Public Service and Human Capital Development. Honorable Speaker, I request Honorable James Koyo to second.
I beg to move and request.
I beg to move and request Honorable James Koyo to second.
The Honorable James Koyo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I feel honored to be given the opportunity to support. I am a ranking member of the Labour Committee, and I confirm that the said Dr. Kere Mbunya appeared before us, and we had a rigorous interview. We held a rigorous interview for her, and she proved very suitable, and I believe she will add value to this country when she gets this appointment. And with those few remarks, I wish to support. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labor in its report on the vetting of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, which was laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 9th April 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of Dr. Jane Kere Imbunya as Principal Secretary, State Department for Public Service and Human Capital Development. Is it the mood of the House that I put the question? Okay. There having been no contribution, there will be no need for a reply. Honorable members, I therefore put the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labor in its report on the vetting of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, which was laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 9th April 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of Dr. Jane Kere Imbunya as Principal Secretary, State Department for Public Service and Human Capital Development. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 12, special motion, consideration of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Trade.
The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, to move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on its consideration of the approval hearings of Ms. Regina Akoth Ombam, nominated for appointment as Principal Secretary in the State Department for Trade.
Chair, just go by the order paper. And I would beg you start again for clarity of the record.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the House adopts the report of
Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on its consideration of the approval hearings of Mrs. Regina Akoth Ombam,
Chair, Departmental Committee on Trade, do you have the order paper?
Yes, I have the order.
Please move as per the order paper now.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to move that taking in consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives in its report on the vetting of nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Trade, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 9th April 2025, and pursuant to the provision of the Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, approves the appointment of Mrs. Regina Akoth Ombam as Principal Secretary, State Department for Trade. Honorable Speaker, the suitability of the nominee was assessed after scrutiny of her background, academic credentials and professional qualifications, work and professional experience, personal integrity, as well as her performance during the approval hearings conducted on 4th April 2025, upon which the committee made the following findings. 1. The nominee is a Kenyan citizen and does not hold dual citizen in conformity with Article 78 of the Constitution regarding her eligibility for appointment to a state office. 2. The nominee has the requisite academic and professional qualification recognized in Kenya. 3. According to the record and information available to the committee by the nominee and the various clearing agencies, the nominee meets the requirements of Chapter 6 of the Constitution on leadership and integrity. 4. In accordance with Article 77(2) of the Constitution and the Schedule of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval, Cap 7F, the nominee does not hold office in any political party. 5. The nominee is compliant with Article 75 and 76 of the Constitution on the conduct and financial property of state officers. She indicated the non-existence of potential conflict of interest and committed to declare any should it arise. The committee did not receive any written statement on oath contesting suitability of the nominee as required under Section 6(9) of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F. The committee exercised due diligence and conducted vetting bodies for confidential information but did not receive any adverse report on the nominee. 8. The nominee demonstrated knowledge of topical, administrational, and technical issues touching on government and the specific sector has been nominated. The nomination of Ms. Regina Akoth was in compliance with the Constitution and the Public Appointment Parliamentary Act, Cap 7F. The nominee is suitable for appointment as Principal Secretary for the Department for Trade. Honorable Speaker, for this reason, on behalf of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, I am proud to move this special motion on the consideration of Ms. Regina Akoth for appointment as Principal Secretary for the Department of Trade. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and now request Honorable Miriam Keitani, MP Aldai, to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I stand to second the nomination of Regina Obam as a state for the State Department as a PS State Department for Trade, I would wish to also state that the State Department for Trade, our Kenya government at the moment is faced with a lot of challenges in the trade sector. More specifically is the recent ban on tea in Sudan, and issues to do with trade with the US, the AGOA agreement coming into force and coming to an end with a possible renewal, and many other trade agreements we are looking at passing, as considering also that we have the EU trade agreement that is already in force, and we require the State Department to actualize that trade agreement and ensure that the Kenyan public benefits from the trade agreements that are already in place, and to ensure that the trade between Kenya and other countries is actually upped. Listening to her experiences, we are very excited that she should be able to meet the task. She's up to the task, and I think she will carry this country forward in terms of getting us to a better level in terms of trade between Kenya and all other countries, whether internal and external trade. I support. Thank you. I second, sorry. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, I propose the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives in its report on the vetting of nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Trade, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 9th April 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of Ms. Regina Akoth Ombam, Principal Secretary, Department for Trade. The Majority Leader takes precedence. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the appointment of Ms. Regina Akoth as the Principal Secretary in the State Department for Trade. Honorable Speaker, as we consider her approval, and I hope the House will support in approving her, just to tell her that she's coming into office at a time the country and indeed the world trade environment has major challenges. Top among them, Honorable Speaker, is the events that have happened in the US, with tariffs being loaded onto many countries, including Kenya, at the tariff rate of 10%. And this will have new challenges for our goods and commodities, especially our tea and coffee, that largely is exported to those countries in the Americas, in Europe, Honorable Speaker. And as the Vice Chair of the committee has said, there are a number of economic partnership agreements that are in the works. Before this House, we have the economic partnership agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates. Just to alert her that she will need to put on very light shoes to be able to run around the world, be able to engage many more trading partners around the world, so that our country is not dependent on one or two destinations for our commodities and products, whether it's our agricultural products, whether it's our manufactured product, to open up more trade routes. Opportunity, Honorable Speaker, lies within the African continent, and encouraging more countries to sign up to the African Free Continental Trade Area is one of the quick wins that we can get, and I do hope that Ms. Regina will be able to move with speed and be able to encourage many more African countries to open up their boundaries for our goods to be able to access the very huge potential that lies within the African continent, Honorable Speaker. Even as we look at countries out there, we may not have the muscle to flex with those who are imposing tariffs like the US on our products, Honorable Speaker, because we largely depend on many of them even for our tourism sector. But it is possible to open up many more destinations, open up more trade routes between our country and other African countries, Honorable Speaker, because the African continent is the continent of the future in terms of trade. We are the continent with the youngest age in terms of population that is productive, population that can produce and consume. And therefore, the aging generations in the Americas, in Asia, in Europe, increasingly, they will consume less. And the African continent will increasingly consume more. And therefore, there's a great opportunity within the African continent, Honorable Speaker. And that's why just to encourage Ms. Regina, as she takes office upon approval, should we approve her, to move with speed and help us open up more economic partnership agreements with many other countries, open up more trade routes within the African continent, even as we constructively engage with our colleagues and our partners in Europe and in the Americas, including the government of Donald Trump. They also need our products. Donald Trump is talking about America first. We must also start begin talking about Kenya first, and that which benefits the Kenyan people. Our tea, our coffee in Nebraska, Honorable Speaker, in Seattle, in the US, they are consuming our coffee. As they consume our coffee, Honorable Speaker, it must be Kenya first and Kenyan coffee first. And we must, I'll not get into the tariff war. And we must not be enticed to get into the tariffs war. But we can position our country and brand our coffee, our tea, and our products in a manner that even those countries that think of putting tariffs on them, their population will be telling them, don't tax Kenyan coffee because it is the best coffee in the world. Honorable Speaker, I beg to support.
The Chair, Departmental Committee on Health, the Honorable Dr. James Nyikal.
Chair, I must take this opportunity to really express that Regina will do this job. To begin, she comes from my constituency, let me say my village. And I know the work she did when she was in the National AIDS Control Council, when it was very difficult to handle the epidemic. She worked effectively, and she has experience in these high levels of government. I support her appointment as the permanent secretary.
The Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Oundo is recognized to contribute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I sit in the Committee of Trade, Industry and Cooperative, and I had the privilege to listen to her when she came to make her presentation. Any misgivings I had looking at her CV were immediately vanished, so I sincerely support. And let me also, as I support, Honorable Speaker, to raise about 3 or so fundamental issues, and I speak to her through this floor and to the people of Kenya. Number 1, Africa only contributes 3% of the global trade. Kenya's contribution is your guess mine like, So she has 2 tasks, very tough tasks that she has to do. 1, to make sure we claim back our lost potential, our lost significance in trade in the East African region. Uganda used to be our biggest trading partner, but because of the geopolitics, we're slowly losing that market. So we must reclaim our dominant level, our dominant position in East Africa and the rest of African country. That will require a lot of repositioning, a lot of investment to ensure that our products and services meet the international standards. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the international trade is becoming extremely competitive in terms of logistics, in terms of costs of production, in terms of all those kind of things. It is a tough call for her to make sure that she delivers. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, the splendid CV she has might end up counting for nothing, and she will just walk through the department and leave for nothing. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, I also need to urge her that the better program we are now dealing with, the value chain, it is dead. It must re-energize it, pump in more energy to make sure we change this economy for the better. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
The Honorable Rindikiri Mugambi, MP for Bura, to speak.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support the nomination and confirmation on Ms. Legina as the PS for Trade. Mr. Speaker, the task at hand is quite enormous because we know where we are coming from and more so where Kenya is going. In the attempts of the government to transform the economy of this land, we need a lot of coordination between different sectors that end up forming the bloc called trade. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about inward trade and outward trade. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the inward trade, we are talking about the products that are coming to our country. And when we talk about our outward trade, is the products that are leaving this country to other countries. Mr. Speaker, if you go to our supermarkets, you will notice that Kenya is like now a supermarket, product all over the world. What am I saying? Time has come as a country that we need to enhance our product to become competitive in the international arena. Mr. Speaker, we as the government, our commitment through our executive, the President, who is working down the clock to enhance our sellability of coffee and tea in the international market, has done quite a lot, including enhancing or removal of the taxes on products that go towards the packaging of tea and coffee. Mr. Speaker, the job of the PS is therefore to coordinate with other sectors, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Trade, the Ministry of Local and International Relations, including all our embassies worldwide, high commissions, and consulate. We have seen many PSs, boardroom PSs, who don't work very closely with the international arena through our embassies and consulate and high commissions. We hope when Ms. Regina takes up, she will be able to do a lot of coordination with various sectors and also the representatives of Kenya in the international arena. Mr. Speaker, we expect the new PS to align our trade conventions, because that is where we get a low deal. We ask better to go and look at the international conventions on trade and try and align Kenya, because we have some preferential treatment on certain areas. We expect her to take in interest on that. Mr. Speaker, we have so many products that can be exported out there, but they lack a push, they lack coordination, they lack international marketing. So we expect the new PS to take up that responsibility, and because without that commitment, we are not going to go anywhere. I hope and believe that she will fit in, because she has grown up in the public sector, she has grown up in the investment line, and therefore we think she is the best candidate for this. I support, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Tim Wanyonyi, the Member of Parliament for Westlands.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also want to support the appointment of Regina Akoth as PS for Trade. Honorable Speaker, I'll pick up from where the majority leader left. Whatever is happening in the world trade-wise, and whatever is happening in America, is a wake-up call for us, for Africa. Africa must now wake up and start trading among ourselves. We can now find our market in Africa. we can sell our products in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when you travel, you produce the best coffee. But even on Kenya Airways, you will never see them even saying there's Kenya coffee on Kenya when you're asking for coffee. They're just selling coffee. And people who come here take our coffee, blend it with other coffee, and just a small percentage, and they rebrand it and name it. You'll find it Ethiopian coffee, some other coffee, but ours is not. Our tea is also the best, Mr. Speaker, but we don't market it properly. So we need just now to find our way. We can find our market in Africa. Many countries in Africa can trade with us, and Kenya can become a leader in that. So the PS must now open up the African frontier so that we can now start increasing our market beyond our boundaries. Mr. Speaker, I just want to support, and I wish the PS the best in the ministry, in the department, as she takes up her new role as the PS. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Anthony Oluoch, the Member of Parliament for Mathare.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I sit in the Trade Committee. And Honorable Speaker, the State Department of Trade is one of those specialized state departments that requires that whoever it is that is chosen to this particular area demonstrates that they have good grasp of the subject matter. Honorable Speaker, I am a student of international trade, and I had the occasion to randomly engage and test her competence in terms of Section 7 of the Public Appointments and Approvals Act. And I can confirm that I was pleasantly impressed with her versatility on issues concerning trade, international trade, the issues about international trade tariffs, whether or not indeed they are fair trade or amount to restrictive trade practices, the implication of the US trade tariffs to our coffee, which the majority leader talked about tea. I think he should also have added clothing. That is also affected under the 10% tariffs that will be imposed on Kenya. I engaged her, and the committee did also engage her on issues to do with trade agreements and the challenges facing Kenya in terms of concluding and having trade agreements that meet the standards and the needs of Kenya, and she was able to demonstrate versatility. I also want to confirm that we tested her competence in terms of her professional background, Honorable Speaker. She has worked virtually in every sector imaginable, the public sector, the private sector, whether it be in investment, in governance. She has worked with organizations, including international organizations like the World Bank, and she was able to show the committee that she will be able to bring to bear all these professional credentials and academic background to bear in terms of shaping the policy that is required under the Trade Committee. So I want to join my colleagues in saying that she is competent, and we hope that she will be able to give fresh impetus and shape to our trade and investment portfolio internationally. I support.
Honorable members, allow me to intervene in the proceedings to communicate a recognition on behalf of the House. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation of the all-party parliamentary groups, APPGS, from the Parliament of the United Kingdom, who are seated in the Speaker's gallery. They are 1, Ms. Leigh E. Ingram, Head of Delegation. The Right Honorable Baroness Tessa A.V. Blackstone. Ms. Kirith K.A. Entwistle. Mr. Richard J. Holden. Dr. Rupa A. Huck. Baroness Doreen D. Lawrence. Baroness Carmen Smith. Ms. Kim M. Johnson, and Ms. Ann Meet Jabi. The delegation is accompanied by 3 members of staff. Honorable members, the delegation being hosted by the Parliamentarians for Global Action Kenya chapter is on a visit to our parliament to gain insights on the legislative processes, the architectural heritage of the buildings, and the overall functioning of both the House of the Senate and the National Assembly. Honorable members, on my own behalf, and on behalf of the National Assembly, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. And this communication is delivered on behalf of the substantive Speaker of the House, the Right Honorable Dr. Moses F.M. Wetangula, EGH, MP, Speaker of the National Assembly. Thank you very much and welcome to the House. Do I get it that, yes, the Honorable Commissioner Mishimboko.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, najua muda umetupa kisogo, lakini kwa sababu huyu ni kiongozi mama, nataka hata mimi niweke sauti yangu. Kwanza nimshukuru Mheshimiwa Rais kwa kutambua kina mama ya kwamba ni viongozi na wanatakiwa wawe katika nyanja za uongozi, haswa ule wa kuweka maamuzi katika taifa letu la Kenya. Na niweze kusema dadangu Mheshimiwa Regina ni mama ambaye katika tajriba ya kielimu amefuzu katika viwango vya juu sana. Na hata pia tukiangalia uzoefu wa kazi haswa katika taasisi za umma, tumeona ya kwamba amekuwa na uzoefu wa hali ya juu sana, ambapo tunajua ya kwamba katika kitengo hichi ambacho amewekwa, kitengo cha kuangalia mambo ya biashara katika taifa letu la Kenya, ataweza kuweka natija ya hali ya juu sana. Kwa sababu jana tulikuwa na Judy Pareno kama mama, leo tumemzungumzia Jane Kere kama mama, na tunamzungumzia Regina Akoth. Na mimi naamini kwa zile tajriba zake alizonazo za uzoefu wa kazi, na pia tukiangalia elimu yake na kiwango chake, ataweza kuhakikisha ya kwamba kama walivyosema wenzangu, zile biashara zinazohusu hapa katika taifa letu la Kenya na zile ambazo zinahusu mataifa mengine yakishirikiana pamoja na taifa letu, tunaweza kuboresha na tunaweza kujenga uchumi wetu wa taifa letu. Na pasi na kuwa tutazingatia ya zile biashara ambazo ni za kiulimwengu, pia tuweze kujua katika taifa letu la Kenya kuna biashara nyingi sana na kuna mambo ya biashara mengi. Haswa sasa pia tukiangalia kuna ile Kiingereza tunasema special economic zone, ama zile sehemu ambazo zimetengwa ili tuweze kupata biashara za kuboresha uchumi wa taifa letu la Kenya na kuweza kujenga ajira kwa vijana wetu wa taifa la Kenya. Kwa hivyo nasema ataweza kushirikiana pamoja na waziri, yeye akiwa kama katibu mkuu, watashirikiana na waziri kuona ya kwamba hizi biashara zimeboresha uchumi wetu na zimejenga ajira, ndiposa tusiweze kuwa na dukuduku hili la vijana wetu wachanga wanaosema ya kwamba Kenya hakuna ajira, hivyo basi kwenda katika mataifa tofauti tofauti. Pia vile vile tunaona ya kwamba katika wizara hii ambayo inahusiana na mambo ya biashara, pia inashikana na biashara ya mambo ya viwanda. Hivyo basi najua katika mambo ya kushirikiana kule pwani tuna viwanda ambavyo tungekuwa na biashara kubwa kubwa, kama kiwanda cha mnazi, kama kiwanda cha korosho, kiwanda cha biksa. Vikiwa pale pia tutaweza kupata biashara kubwa ya kuweza kupeleka korosho nje na kuweza pia kuboresha ile korosho katika kuwa na kuweza kutengeza bidhaa tofauti tofauti ambazo pia zitaweza kuleta fedha katika taifa letu la Kenya. Kwa hivyo mimi mheshimiwa, nataka niseme ya kwamba mbali ya kwamba tunaangalia mambo ya kimataifa, hapa hapa kwetu Kenya pia. Aweze pia kuwapatia naswaha makundi haya ambayo tunasema makundi yaliyotengwa ama makundi ya kuzingatiwa, kama kina mama, kama vijana, kama wale walio na ulemavu, ili wakati wamechukua fedha kupitia vyama vya ushirika, yani ile tunasema cooperative ama zile SACCOs, wawe wataweza kupatia naswa na mwelekeo ya kwamba ni biashara gani ambazo wanaweza ekeza ili waweze kufaulu katika kujijengea ajira na katika pia kujenga uchumi wa taifa letu la Kenya, ili Kenya iwe ni Kenya ambayo imenawiri na itoke kuwa katika mataifa maskini iingie katika yale mataifa yaliyobebea. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu ya muda, mimi nataka niunge mkono na niseme, Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa mfumo huu uliofuata katika kutupatia makatibu wa taifa la Kenya na ukahakikisha kina mama wamepata nafasi inayofaa, tunakuomba pia wakati unatengeza mabaraza ya mawaziri ama unafanya mabadiliko yoyote, utumie mbinu hino na utumie mwendo huno wa kuhakikisha kwamba kina mama wameweza kupata nafasi shawia na kina baba, kwa sababu taifa la Kenya linataka uongozi wa kina mama na uongozi wa kina baba, ndiposa tutaweza kufaulu. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Honorable Thuku Kwenya, you want to contribute? Yeah, please do.
Thank you, Speaker, for being magnanimous. As much as I know the mood of the House is that the mover be called upon to reply, I wish to add my voice on this nomination of the said Principal Secretary. Looking at her credentials, I agree. She has every capability to bring about change and transformation in this very important ministry to our Republic. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I think this is one of those ministries that have been looked down upon. They may not be ranked in terms of the way we rank ministries as one of the most prestigious ministries, but it should be. Because if this country is going to transform in terms of industrialization and taking advantage of every opportunity that we have in terms of trade, then we must have a robust and a very able Principal Secretary with the accounting officer and even the staff and the ministry at large. This is a ministry that we need to elevate to a level whereby they should be able to look back and see the opportunities that we have as a country and the opportunities that are outside the country, because I think that is where the gap is coming in. The opportunities in Kenya are enormous. And I want to give an example of an industry that is neglected, and we keep thinking that the market that we have or the produce that we have is just sufficient for the Republic, and that is the dairy industry. I happened to make a visit to Qatar. Qatar is a desert, as we all know, but in terms of dairy industry, they have one mega dairy farm where they have a cattle population of about 4,000 dairy cattle. 400,000, yes. Their production per day is about not less than 25,000 liters per day. That means then that the capacity that is within, they do not have even the feeds. They import their feeds from Brazil, and we have the capacity here to grow feeds for export. I don't know what the Ministry of Trade is doing in terms of looking at the opportunities out there. You can imagine the distance between Qatar and Brazil, but that's where they're getting their feeds. Yet Kenya is just about 6 days travel via water to Qatar if we were to get into such kind of space. I wish that the new cabinet secretary, or the new principal secretary, looks into our capability and exploit the same, so that then we elevate this country to the next level. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we also have an issue to do with industrialization. We have passed laws in this House so that then we encourage local manufacturing, value addition and all. But in terms of pulling investors so that then they invest in that space, we have good laws, but I don't think that the ministry is doing enough just to pull investors so that then they can leverage from good laws that we have and the opportunity that we have, so that then we have industries here and create employment for thousands of young men that we have in this country. Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity.
The Honorable Dorothy Ikiara sat in the House patiently from 2:30. You want to contribute to this? Please do before we put the questions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I too wish to join my colleagues in congratulating this lady, Regina Accord, for the very, very prominent appointment that she is getting in the Ministry of Trade as the PS. Honorable Speaker, I want to say a very big thank you to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, for finding it fit to nominate this lady for this prestigious position. And this is a clear manifestation that His Excellency has a lot of trust in the leadership of women. Honorable Speaker, this is a Kenyan, and from what the chair of Trade and Investment Committee alluded to, she is highly qualified for this job, and I want to pray and believe that she will be able to open new frontiers for our country. As much as we have other doors getting closed, she will be able to open other avenues so that we can be able to interact and trade effectively with other countries. Honorable Speaker, I want to single out the trade in coffee, trade in tea, our tea. I also want to believe that as the Meru community, we are going to benefit from our expertise because we have been moving around the country looking for business and where we can sell our miraa, which is a game changer for this country. Honorable Speaker, and I'm sure she'll take this up as a first assignment to ensure that she looks for better market for our miraa commodity. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I want to also state she is a Kenyan and also dilute the feeling that we are rooting for expertise from any party. We don't root for expertise. This is a Kenyan lady born of her mother, just like any other, and she deserves this position regardless of where she is drawn from. Honorable Speaker, I support and I want to promise her that she has our backing as women, and we will run with her wherever she feels that she needs our assistance. We are ready to help so that this country, Kenya, can be in the world trade like other countries. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Rahim Daoud. Yeah, you're not on this. Yeah, now that there are no more requests, the mover. The Honorable Mwalio, you are recognized to contribute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity that you have given me. And I want to say that I support the nominee who, in our Committee of Trade, she was able to display that she is very competent and she has been able to work in many places. And in all those places she has worked, she has proved to be capable of what she knows she is able to do. And also she is also very learned. The way we saw her CV, she is somebody who has gone to school and somebody who has done a lot in the side of consultancy, and especially in the consultancy of AIDS Council and also advisory in the Global Fund. We also we are able to interact with her, and because she's coming in when there are so many wars, there are trade wars between the foreigners and the locals, especially the Chinese, whereby they are dropping their prices to the bottom, while our own traders are able, they are importing from China and they are not able to match with their prices. So we were able to discuss with her, and she was able to tell us she'll be able to meet all the stakeholders, be able to discuss on how to come to a mutual solution so that they can be able to work amicably. Also, there was the issue of the tariffs that had been announced by the US government that were also being discussed in all the countries. Some countries' tariffs are so high, but ours remains at 10. So she was able to tackle and tell us that she will be able to adapt and be able to ensure and enforce and maneuver ways that to be able to keep our products in US regardless the tariff, and also be able to push for AGOA to be renewed so that we can push as much products as possible. And therefore, I highly recommend the nominee for this job, and I am sure she'll be able to do a lot and help this ministry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Member of Parliament for Kajiado West, the Honorable George Sunkuya. You want to speak to this?
No.
Yeah, thank you. The Honorable Member for Gamangombe, the Honorable Patrick Ntwiga Chuka.
Speaker, mine will be brief. One, Speaker, I start to support a nomination as a PS. And secondly, Speaker said 3 things. One, Speaker, we have a very big market for coffee and tea in the world. The world over, the market for coffee and tea is so big. And when Honorable Muridania was contributing, he mentioned something that is very important. The President has insisted time and again that we have ambassadors who we send out of this country. And when we send them, we want them also to work as our commercial attaches and get a market for our products, not just to sit in embassies and enjoy the fact that they're ambassadors. Secondly, I come from the Greater Meru region, and Mira is a key thing to us. So we wish as he gets market for coffee, market for tea, and market for our products. She considers Mira and get us good market for our product. Thank you, Speaker. I support.
Yeah, there being no further interests in the matter, the mover shall reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank the Trade Industry and Cooperative Committee for doing such a good job. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank those members who have contributed on this motion. I've seen the interest, Mr. Speaker, and I can confirm that the nominee is equal to the task. We noticed some special qualities in this nominee, Regina Ompam. Having gone through the questions that many members of the committee brought forward to her, Mr. Speaker, we realized she had a lot of humility. She sat for the vetting process for 3 hours, which I doubt any other committee had that time. She has vast knowledge of different fields, and she has now resigned, Mr. Speaker, from a better paying job to come and serve. Mr. Speaker, her family values cannot be compared to any. And Mr. Speaker, as she displayed her professionalism and Mr. Speaker, do I have your ear? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, now I beg to reply. Thank you.
Honorable members, the time has come for the House to decide. I therefore put the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, its reports on the vetting of nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Trade, which was laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 9th April 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of Ms. Regina Akoth Ombam as the Principal Secretary, State Department for Trade. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 13, motion, consideration of Senate amendments to the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2022.
The Honorable Rahim Daoud MP to move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Senate amendments to the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill number 2, Bill National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2022 be now considered. Mr. Speaker, this bill, I want to thank Honorable Samson Cherargei, the Senator, who was the co-sponsor of this bill in the Senate. And Mr. Speaker, they have just made one amendment. But Mr. Speaker, this is a very important bill in that it promotes telemedicine, e-health in cancer prevention and treatment. Mr. Speaker, it goes further to talk about it being for the community health workers. We move it all the way down to the counties, as well as the National Cancer Institute, where it would work with the counties and the national government in training more oncologists, because cancer is the biggest killer in Kenya at the moment. And Mr. Speaker, I think with these few amendments, it will be easier for people to get treated for cancer, because they can even do it through telemedicine. That means they do not have to come to Nairobi or the big cities. They can do it in their homes and get treated. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want to move this bill, and I would ask Honorable Patrick Munene to second this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Rahim Daoud, who is seconding the motion?
I have already said Honorable Munene.
The Honorable Patrick Munene to second.
Thank you, Speaker. I start to second this bill, Honorable Speaker. And I don't want to repeat or to belabor what the Honorable Member said, that cancer is a real issue in this country. And it's that time that we as leaders as a nation make a lot of investment in health, and especially on the cancer care, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Senate just came up with one amendment that as a Committee for Health we also concurred with, since it doesn't change the spirit or letter of the bill. And their proposal was just that to include the word telemedicine immediately after the word information and technology. And this is coming after we passed the e-health bill in this House, so it's very important that we also include telemedicine, Mr. Speaker, in this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to belabor what has been said, but I second, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the Senate amendments to the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2022, be now considered. The Chair Departmental Committee on Health.
Honorable Speaker, Our committee considered the Senate amendments, and it was very small amendments, only adding an E and in definition of e-health and including telemedicine, and that's something that the committee is agreed with, so I support that it be now considered.
Thank you. The Honorable Rahim Daoud. You want to, oh, you're the mover, sorry. I'm still seeing your request here. The Honorable Thuku Kwenya, you want to contribute to this? Yes, proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Now that this bill has come to this House, just to emphasize the need of telemedicine and e-medicine, because we have to move with technology, Mr. Speaker. You realize that even with the introduction of SHA, whereby we are having our hospitals interconnected, you'll get a situation whereby a patient in Nyandarua, like in a hospital, engineer hospital, where they'll be taken X-rays, MRIs, but the doctor who is supposed to treat maybe somewhere in Nairobi, patients may not be required to travel all the way to Nairobi to come for treatment. The reason as to why this amendment really suffices, and I really want to support the mover and the architect of this bill, because it is timely, and I think it's just about time that we utilized technology even in medicine. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Zamzam Chimba, you want to contribute to this? So I'm seeing your request, okay. The Honorable Guyo Jaldeza in the House. The Honorable Rindikiri Mugambi, MP for Bura.
Thank you. I think this is a very important thing, particularly, Mr. Speaker. I come from Meru, and the cost of treatment of cancer is quite high. Meru, we are second in cases of cancer in this republic, and many people really struggle to get treatment for cancer. Treatment in the cost of treatment for cancer itself, and also even the cost of moving from one place to the other, and the inconveniences that it causes to the patient and the families of the patient. The Speaker, we cannot be left behind, because there are so many countries that are practicing telemedicine. So this is coming the right time, but the biggest challenge right now is to ensure that we are all connected everywhere in the country. We have internet connections throughout the country. We have power connection throughout the country. And I'm not shy to mention that what the government is doing now, particularly market centers, and so many areas where they're connecting the country in terms of internet, so that it becomes easier to access this service. With that, Mr. Speaker, I think it's good, this amendment, and we need to move with it. And I'm so happy that the chairman of Health Committee is someone who has been health management, a practitioner, and now a registrar. He should be able to guide us moving forward to ensure that we also put the legislation that will go towards implementation of this new concept of cancer treatment. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Dorothy Ikiara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first allow me to thank Honorable Rahim Daoudi and Senator Chergai for bringing in this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, it is important, without going deep into debate, to know that our people are dying of cancer. And I take special mention to the Meru community, where we have so many cancer cases. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, most of the people don't die because of the disease. They die because of lack of information, and they die because of fear. Out of fear, because one, the cost of treatment is so high, and when one is told you have cancer, it normally sounds like a death sentence. Honorable Speaker, this bill is aiming at demystifying that and ensuring that our people get renewed hope with the trust that technology will be able to sort them out. And this is why I'm particularly very impressed by the telemedicine and the e-treatment that is in the market. We leverage on technology. We also don't forget that prevention is more important than even the curative part of it. So if we can use the community health workers to be able to inform people and give them enough knowledge on what to look for, then, Honorable Speaker, I'm sure our people will go a long way in getting saved from this menace that is clearing our people. Honorable Speaker, I therefore want to say this is a very important bill, and how I wish that it can reach the stage where now we can comfortably say we are able, if not to completely eliminate cancer, we can be able now to handle it using technology, and our people can live a life without fear. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Dr. Naomi Wako, Member of Parliament for Marsabit.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important motion on consideration of Senate amendment to the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendments Bill number 2, Bill National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2022. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this because prevention is better than cure, and we know very well that cancer is affecting many, many Kenyans, and I'm sure in every family today, you are either affected or one of your loved ones has been affected. Cancer is a disease that is taking away lives, and again, a disease that is also making people poor because the treatment is quite expensive, and especially those people who come from Marsabit. Marsabit, the number of the people who are suffering from cancer and who have died of cancer, and the potential people who might get cancer are so many. And that is why today I am here to support any support that we can give so that those people who I have termed as potential, because any one of us can get cancer, God forbid, but any one of us can get, but it is good for us to pray that no more Kenyan will get cancer, because the treatment is expensive, the disease itself is tough, and also very painful, both for the person who is already who has already cancer, and even for the caregivers. Honorable Speaker, if we can give a lot of attention to prevention, and we come up with these amendments that can put measures in place so that young people and even older generation can be prevented, so that we adapt a good lifestyle, we get the right medication, we get the checkups in time, and make sure that any small sign can be treated and we overcome it, then, Honorable Speaker, that can really help us. And I'm just saying that I want to support it and support it so that Kenyans can be helped through this amendment and we overcome this serious disease that is affecting many Kenyans in many parts of this country. Thank you.
The mover can now reply. Zamzam, you want to speak to this? Sorry, mover, let us allow Honorable Zamzam Shimba to contribute.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi niweze kumpongeza ndugu yangu Rahim kwa kuleta huu mswada ambayo unakusudia wale ambao wanaugua maradhi ya saratani waweze kupata matibabu katika teknolojia ambayo ni mpya. Ndugu yangu Rahim, najua katika sehemu yenu haswa Meru mna wagonjwa wengi wa kansa. Na licha ya kuwa umeleta hii kama msaada kwao, na nikupongeze na niwaambie watu wa kule kuwa tumepata kiongozi ambaye ni kiongozi anayewajali sana. Pongezi sana ndugu yangu Rahim. Lakini pia tuangalie katika zile causes ama yale ambayo yanasababisha hizi saratani, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na kuna wakati tulizungumza hapa juu ya product ama chemical ambayo inaitwa cathane na cathinone ambayo inatokana na mmea wa miraa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi nimeona hata Mombasa County watu wengi ambao wanakula miraa, ndugu yangu Rahim, wameathirika sana na maradhi ya kansa kwa sababu ya ile chemical, sio kwa sababu nyingine. Wajua tuzungumza mambo ya afya, tuambiane ukweli. Tukiweza kuficha sababu ya kansa, Kenya nzima itaangamia. Hii kuleta teknolojia ya matibabu ni nzuri, tunasema asante sana, lakini kuzuia ina ubora zaidi kuliko kutibu. Kwa hiyo pia waangalie ile intake yao ya yale mambo mengine ambayo tunazungumza, mmea wa miraa na hizo zingine, wapunguze. Manake hii ndio sababu kubwa kule Meru, manake umeona nyinyi wenyewe mmezungumza kule iko sana. Na iko sana kwa nini? Huu mmea unapandwa huko sana na makemikali mengine ambayo pia tuwala kwenye vyakula kina mama wanapata. Kwa hiyo hii mimi na support hii teknolojia iweze kusaidia na kutibu akina mama haswa wazee. Mambo ya kansa tuimalize kabisa katika taifa hili, Mheshimiwa Spika. Waambie mficha uchi hazai. Mficha uchi hazai, Mheshimiwa Spika, na ndio maana tunaambiana hata kama kwetu ingekuwa ipo ningesema kwetu sababu kubwa ni kitu fulani, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo nakupongeza Rahim, na ukirudi mashinani waambie wapunguze kidogo ili tuweze kukata kabisa huu ugonjwa wa kansa. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
The Honorable Kimani Kuria, Chair, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning.
Asante sana Mstahiki Spika. Naweza kuendeleza tu mahali ambapo mwenzangu Mheshimiwa Zamzam alipoachia. Na langu ni kumpongeza ndugu yangu Mheshimiwa Rahim kwa sababu ya kuleta mapendekezo haya ambapo ameweza kuunganisha maneno ya teknolojia katika matibabu ya ugonjwa wa saratani. Na hii ndio maana bunge ipo, kuhakikisha kwamba sheria zetu zinaendanishana na mabadiliko ambayo yanafanyika katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Na kwa hivyo natarajia kwamba tutaona mabadiliko mengi yakiletwa katika nyumba hii, maneno ya sheria, kuhakikisha kwamba teknolojia imetumika katika kueneza maneno ya nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo nampongeza ndugu yangu na naunga huu mswada mkono. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
And Honorable Kimani Kuria, I can confirm why you are addressing the nation in the house in Kiswahili. The mover, please do reply. It is unfortunate I've directed that the mover replies.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to give 1 minute to my sister.
The Honorable Rahim Dawood, the standing orders prohibit you from doing so.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all the contributors to this motion, and I want to ask my sister Zamzam from Mombasa not to link cancer, miraa with cancer, because there are other issues which happen. People even who do not chew miraa, they get cancer. And it's something which happens all over the world. Cancer is not just a phenomenon from Meru or Kenya, it's a phenomenon all over the world. Mr. Speaker, the only thing I would request this House, my bill was read on the 15th of February 2023. It has taken more than 2 years to reach this stage. Mr. Speaker, I would want to request the House to speed up all the private members' bills, because it takes more than 2 years to get one bill through Parliament, and it's very difficult. Mr. Speaker, I even want to thank our governor, our new governor, Reverend Isaac Mutuma. He has talked about cancer, and we are asking the national government to establish the cancer center for Meru, because we have got the highest cancer rates. 25% of the patients who go to Kenyatta are from Meru. So I would want to, with those few remarks, I would want to thank all, and hopefully we can pass it in the committee stage. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the Senate amendments to the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2022, be now considered. Will as many as are of that opinion say nay? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 14, Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, this is a very quick one. I'm grateful for your patience. I would request we all stay in. Honorable members, we are starting with the Excise Duty Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2025.
Clause 2.
Honorable members, I propose the question that Clause 2 be part of the bill. Mover?
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that Clause 2 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Speaker, this amendment is seeking to correct an unintended purpose that in the amendments of the tax amendment bill that we did in December that gave tariff code of float glass as 7005 and not 7007. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I propose the question that Clause 2 be amended as proposed. The Honorable Thuku.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to support the amendment. The reason as why I'm supporting this, it is for the first time in the life of this government, we are reducing taxes. We are reducing taxes from, at the rate of 25%. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to state that we should see the same reduction in terms of power supply when we are constructing lines and all. When we are issuing transformers, we should see the value of transformers in terms of monetary value going down by 25%, and therefore I support.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question that Clause 2 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
Honorable members, I propose that the title be the title of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Honorable members, I propose the question that Clause 1 be part of the bill. Mover? There is no amendment. Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover to move reporting. Yes, Majority Leader.
Leaning the mic. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Excise Duty Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Chairperson, honorable members, I put the question that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Excise Duty Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments. Honorable members, we now go to the next bill, which is consideration of the Senate Amendment to the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment, number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2022.
Senate amendment to clause 2.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the Senate's amendment to clause 2 be now approved. Honorable members, I now put the question that the Senate amendments to clause 2 be now approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover to move reporting.
Thank you. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Senate Amendment Bill, Senate Amendment to the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill number 2, Bill number National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2022, and its approval thereof with amendments.
It is without amendments. Can you just move again for clarity?
I move again. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Senate amendments to the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill number 2, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2022, and its approval thereof without amendments.
Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Senate amendments to the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2022, as approval thereof without amendments. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Be abstaining.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, we'll treat the Excise Duty Amendment Bill National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2025 first. The chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Excise Duty Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2025, and approved the same with amendments.
Honorable members, I propose the question that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Excise Duty Amendment Bill. Sorry, we will expand that from the answered. Honorable, yeah, that is where I was. Yeah, no problem. Sorry. I regret the disorder. Mover to move agreement with the report.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kupendekeza hoja ya kuwa jumba lote likubaliane na kamati ya jumba lote kwa kupiga msasa sheria ya kodi la ushuru nambari 7 ya mwaka wa 2025, na ningependa kumuuliza Mheshimiwa Zamzam aliunge mkono.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi namuunga kiongozi wa wengi mkono bila kupinga na kuunga Mheshimiwa. Asante sana.
I know why the majority leader has chosen Kiswahili. Honorable members, I propose the question that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Excise Duty Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2025. Yeah, the chairperson, in respect of the Senate amendments, the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2022.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Mishi Mboko to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to second Honorable Dawood on this very important matter. And because we're in the world of technology and in the world of using electronic
Order, Honorable Mishi Mboko. The Speaker has not recognized you. Kindly take your seat. Yeah, so first the mover will move agreement with the report. The chairperson. The chairperson, please move report to the House.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report the Committee of the Whole House. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Senate amendments of the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2024, and its approval thereof without amendments.
The mover to move agreement with the report.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee of the said report. I also request Honorable Mishi Mboko to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
The Honorable Mishi Mboko to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to second Honorable Rahim Dawood on this important motion on the issue of cancer prevention and control. And because we know we are in the world of digital and the issue of technology is very important, be it in the use of electronic in terms of information and communication, and also the issue of e-health. What I want to note here, Honorable Speaker, we need to ensure that we are going to provide proper infrastructure, especially in terms of connectivity, both in the rural and in the urban centers, so that all Kenyans can receive some services without any kind of challenge. I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. For the convenience of the House, honorable members, I will defer the putting of a question to the two bills we've transacted in the committee of the whole House to the next time in the future when the House Business Committee will schedule them for the House's consideration and decision. Next order.
Order number 15, motion, consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the national government ministries, departments, and agencies for the financial year 2021-2022.
The mover to reply.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to first of all thank members who contributed to this report. Mr. Speaker, as I had stated in my opening remarks when I was moving the report, Public Accounts Committee, Mr. Speaker, is committed to making sure that the money and the funds that are disbursed to different state departments are utilized in a prudent manner as to achieve the end objective, which is to spur economic growth and also make the living standards of Kenyans to be better than the way they are. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate that this report was a good report, well examined, and this report, Mr. Speaker, has also given a guidance on how state departments are supposed to take up their mandate and responsibilities in a manner that adheres to the Constitution and also in a manner that will enhance the work of the Auditor General in terms of looking at accountabilities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, we have a lot of misuse of state funds which get lost through corruption, also through illicit trade. And Mr. Speaker, this report is going to address those fault lines that have always been used or enhanced by the state officers to perpetrate these vices, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, what is out of order? You know my school, Butere Girls, was tear gassed. What's out of order? Or you want to comment about it? You don't have the mic. Wait until when you have the mic, then you can contribute.
The Honorable Tindi Mwale.
Yes,
you
Speaker.
cannot take over the work of the presiding officer of the House.
No. I was just passing information, Mr. Speaker. I was not literally meaning what I said. I just wanted him to be unanswered. Because he's standing and you haven't even agreed for him to stand. He needs to sit.
Would the Honorable Toroitich approach the Speaker?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, procedurally is supposed to sit until when you give him the...
The Honorable Timothy Toroitich,
Yes.
what is out of order?
Chair,
my mic is on.
The Honorable Tindi Mwale has made a serious statement that must be expunged from the record of this House. Honorable Speaker, he has said, Honorable Speaker, quote unquote, as you are aware, there is a lot of misuse of public resources in this country. Honorable Speaker, that question or that statement is directed to the chair. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Tindi Mwale, the chair of PSC, withdraw that statement? Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Tindi, would you own that statement? Proceed. We have challenges of technology. Bear with Parliament. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I want to notify my colleague that I'm replying to a report that was examined by Public Accounts Committee. And therefore, as the chairman, when we did the examination, we found out that there is misuse of public resources. So I'm stating from a point of information. I'm not just trying to inform the House from the blues, no. I'm trying to state, as per the report, the findings of the report, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the point Honorable Timothy Toroitich is making is that when you make such a statement, you specifically mention the government institutions which are doing so. Because if you leave it blank that way, and people watching there may not be certain, you are dealing with specific institutions, not the whole of government.
Yeah, I'm well
so
guided.
Would you make that clarification and confirm again for the record, although you did so, the financial statements of whose institutions we are dealing with here?
Yeah, I'm well guided, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, the state departments are so many, and I did it when I was moving the report, and therefore, if I was to go back to the report, which is 1,166 pages...
You cannot review the direction of the Speaker.
I'm not trying to review, Mr. Speaker. I'm agreeing with your direction.
Why are you worried about time when the Speaker is giving you time?
Okay, for example, like the State Department for Fisheries, Mr. Speaker, where the committee has even referred to the ESCC to investigate. We also have the State Department for Roads because of stalled projects, Mr. Speaker. We also have a State Department for Immigration, Mr. Speaker, because of laxity in processing of registration documents, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I rise to request the House to adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on its examination of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the national government, ministries, departments, and agencies for the financial year 2021-2022, as laid on the table of the House on Friday, 14th March 2015. And I wish to contribute 2 minutes to my brother, the chairman for Finance Committee, to make his contributions. Thank you very much.
Tindi Mwale, you are replying.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Number one, please confirm you beg to reply.
Yes, sorry. I beg to reply that this House adopts the report, Mr. Speaker.
And then Honorable Tindi Mwale, having done so, I can confirm to you that you are not just functus officio, but you also, under the standing orders, cannot donate any of your minutes to the chair of the committee. And so even the Honorable member scratching his head in the hope that you would make additional donations too, will be disappointed. So thank you very much. And thank you for good work. Honorable members, we should be going to the next order. But I note it is some 4 minutes to 7. Is it 2 or 4? You can see about 3 minutes to time. The House has been very committed this afternoon. We've covered a lot of ground. Let me register the gratitude of the substantive speaker for the commitment by the members who have been able to, sit from 2:30 throughout as we've been going through these proceedings. And this is the kind of commitment that, the Kenyan people whom we serve sent us to this House to do. And so, honorable members, for the convenience of the House, let us be upstanding. Honorable members, the time being 6:57 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, April 15th, the 15th day of April 2025 at 2:30 p.m.